Good morning, everybody. Let's get started. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, friends, it is my high pleasure and privilege to welcome you all physically here in the Greens EFA group room, and also more people virtually online to our China conference today. Thank you for your participation. I'm convinced we have an exciting and insightful day ahead of us because some of the best experts I know on China will discuss with you, with all of us, what we should expect from Xi Jinping's China. We have a great lineup, thanks to all that made the effort. I'm grateful to our keynotes and our panelists, some of whom have traveled very far. Thank you, David, for instance, for crossing the pond, and some of whom will be connected from afar. A few panelists couldn't make it physically because they have family issues, but they will be connected online. It's an honor to have you all. Just a few days before in Beijing, the 20th Party Conference of the CCP is going to open. It is a truism to state that China is today more influential and relevant than it's been over many years, over hundreds of years. It is maybe not similarly uncontested, but I still would say it is also a fact that there is no greater challenge to our own values, our interests, and our democratic way of life than the one that is posed by Xi Jinping's China. And there's a wealth of experience that speaks to that, starting from Xinjiang and Hong Kong to Taiwan, or China's decision, Xi Jinping's decision to side with the aggressor, Vladimir Putin, in Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Xi Jinping's China pursues an international agenda of combining aggressive revisionism with hegemonic ambitions based on a domestic order of authoritarian control and nationalist mobilization. Xi Jinping aims for constructing a post-Westphalian new international order that would be dominated by authoritarian powers. How much of a partner can this China be? And let's not just settle for wishful thinking. Let's look at the realities. How will we succeed in competing with today's China? And how can we hope to win in the systemic rivalry without allowing it to turn into a global Armageddon? I think we can fairly say that the EU has come together more on China policy than we had in previous years. Just think of the development of common trade defense instruments. Think of the fact that last year in March, for the first time since Tiananmen, the EU decided to impose sanctions because of human rights atrocities. Think of the development that the 17+1 format has taken, or think of a certain development in my own country, Germany. But we cannot I would say we cannot sit back and be content because there are lessons that we have still not fully learned. Russia teaches us an important lesson. You cannot allow yourself to become dependent on an authoritarian power. We saw what it does to the European Union, being dependent on Russian fossil energy supply. But that lesson has to be learned not just with regard to Russia, but also, for instance, to China. And there's a long way to go. But I'm confident that we will be successful in that effort by cooperating with like-minded partners around the globe, not only in Europe, not only in the context of the traditional transatlantic partnership, but also with countries in the Indo-Pacific like Australia, welcome Ambassador, and countries in the global South. And this cooperation of like-minded partners could be based upon a core that I would describe, and this is a hope, not a reality yet, hope that I would describe as a phalanx of democracies. Let me stop here before I start preaching. One more thing to say. I want to thank all of those people who've made this event possible. I want to thank the EFA group for allowing us to use the group room. I want to thank my colleagues Heidi Hautala and Ernest Urtasun for joining with me in putting this on. And most of all, I want to thank my team that have really worked their butts off to make this happen. And in particular, I want to thank Matthias Hackler, who has been incredible in what he has done. I'm very grateful for that work. Few housekeeping remarks. This is not Chatham House. The dangerous species of people called journalists are in the room. Whatever is going to be said could be reported. Second, this is going to be web streamed. Third, if you want to speak, if somebody would want to speak, and I'm not sure how much space we will have to include all the audience, but you would have to push the button, the speaking button. Fourth, we will have a lunch break at 11:30 for 90 minutes. Guests from outside the European Parliament are not allowed to use the canteen. So there is an offer to guide some of you, if you would want, to the Place Lux, where there's a lot of opportunities, and bring you back in. My team will organize that either at 12:40 or later at 2:15. There will be people at the entrance at Place Lux to make sure that you can go back in. That's it from me for the start. And now we have the real start, and that will be a great pleasure. Thank you very much, François Godement, that you volunteered to do this. I will not give you a lengthy introduction because everybody knows you, but I want to say I am deeply honored that the doyen of European China research is honoring us today. Please.
Thank you so much, Reinhard, for putting all of this together first and being such a force in making sinologists and officials and others come together. This is what you do tirelessly, and it's hugely important, I think, for our business because we never know enough. Thank you very much for inviting me. In fact, I did not volunteer, as my grandfather, who did World War I, by the way, always said I was drafted. I did not volunteer. And I sort of feel like a party warmer before a bevy of very good experts whom I mostly know and have known for quite a long time speak. So I will just, give you views which I hope, in fact, you will challenge and that can form a basis for the discussion rather than be, how did you say, a chaplain or a preacher? I don't remember what your last words were, but they were in between that. Let me start by saying how far we have traveled in our expectations, our views of China. I distinctly remember an afternoon in May 2002 in Singapore. It was right after what I think was the first Shangri-La dialogue, and there was a big event organized by the Singaporeans, which essentially was devoted to China's entry into the WTO. The protocol had been signed in December of the previous year. The USTR, who had been one of the chief negotiators and would become famous for talking about China as a responsible stakeholder, was there. There was a bevy of economists. Everybody celebrated China's entry in WTO, and there were only two themes. One, that this was the beginning of an endless and almost automatic stream of liberalization measures within the economic system. And second, of course, that this would be to the mutual benefit of all participants. I remember standing up in that room in front of very glassy-eyed Asian economists. I was not at all a household name by far, and shunned by some of our best-known officials who were there, and saying I believe there was a category mistake, that the WTO protocol was likely to be not so much the floor of future concession, but largely the ceiling of what China had accepted to get into international trade. Now, I was not a fully fledged expert on trade. My intuition came more from a view of how Leninism inspires negotiations. And I did believe that China was an extremely good student of Lenin in terms of how you relate and deal and bargain with outside partners. Here we are in 2022, and my prognosis at the time may have been a bit exaggerated on the downside because China did make a few concessions and did liberalize elements of its economy, but by far not as much. And we have seen a turn back, a full stop and a turn back on many issues since then. And to this day, the benefits, the relative benefits, nobody questions the fact that this has benefited China tremendously. Who would have dreamed at the time of a $12,000 per capita GDP for China as it is now, as we speak, plus or minus a few decimals when the dollar goes up and down. But the benefits to all of us are now being strenuously discussed, so much like that a German chancellor, as Mr. Scholz did, has to come out, as he did this week, strenuously to attack decoupling, which means it's a distinct possibility, of course, when you begin at that position of power to discuss it. So that's a sea change. And the real question to me first is how much Xi Jinping himself is instrumental, how much is he the continuator, and how much did we miss a number of trends in our analysis of China, and how much has he brought a very personal factor. And as you can see, I will hover between the two, but probably put the accent on Xi Jinping. First of all, any Congress, and the 20th Congress, just saying the name, I was brought up in the era of the Soviet 20th Congress and the Khrushchev speech, so I feel kind of put out by the name 20th Congress for China, but it's clearly not the same kind of event, yet it's a highly personal event. We haven't been short of rumors. The rumors that have appeared in the past few weeks seem to be even less substantiated than past rumors I can think of pre-2012 rumors that were, very racy. including possible assassination attempt and a number of other things. But on the whole, if we check with what we see, and of course, what we can't see, we can't see. The unseen remains always a possibility, and any system that's brittle and authoritarian that sometimes will have breaks. But I must say that we don't see them. The personality cult of Xi Jinping has increased vastly and broadened over the past 2 years, and then including over the past year. I have been following what a consultancy outfit in the US puts out as tracking appearances of national leaders on the main TV news show in China. And I was fascinated to see that over the last few months, there were a few people who go up. And of course, Xi Jinping is always there, but he's not alone. But from October 1st, you can only see Xi Jinping and 2 other people very marginally on that national news TV show. One is Zhao Leti, who is known to be a Xi Jinping supporter from a long time, and who happens to direct commission, the CCP Commission for Discipline and Inspection, you might say the top enforcer for Xi Jinping, not somebody that we would think as an opener at the time being. And the other man who perhaps coincidentally happens in the limelight since October 1st would be Han Zheng, the former boss of Shanghai. Well, Han Zheng is 68, so as you know, 7, 8 down. He's not likely to be a competitor in the next horse race. So I think just looking at this tiny bit is impressive. Then we need just to read more than usually do party resolutions because they're very telling. And at some point, I will just make a few points from the last resolution on the history of the CCP, which was passed in November 2021, and which is a really informative reading. But just to jump to now, neither the study session at the end of July, to which all PSB members plus Wang Qishan attended obediently in the first rows, and the lecture was intended for, you know, nationwide party cadres and state cadres all together, nor it's just come out yesterday, so I have to admit that I have just read a short summary of it, the resolution from the last plenum before the party congress. None of these texts denies or marks any change from the November general assessment, which remains to us the most detailed statement. Now, you will perhaps challenge it, and you know, whenever there's a consensus about China, you have to worry, because usually when a consensus takes hold, it means you have really to listen to the outliers and to look for potential change. That's it's always been the case. So we can talk about debates inside China. We can talk about some, is it an accident? The leaked speech by the Prime Minister Li Keqiang, which was very informative on what needed to be done with the economy, and was notable in 2 ways. It formally respected the party lines by Xi Jinping, but it did not cite him, and the 2 are important because when you don't cite somebody in China, it's a problem. But yes, there has been economic debate. Yes, somebody like Li Keqiang has been embodying what survives as a technocratic line within the CCP and other strains. But if I was to sum it up, Li Keqiang has been allowed visibly to run the economy in a tough year, which means he will also take the flak, take the blame, as he most likely gets ready to retire if things go wrong. But Xi Jinping runs the political economy, not the economy, and that's above. And that's predominant in key decisions. So we must read and hear what Chinese economists say, but we must take it with a grain of salt if we think that this embodies an official or a new line. I used to pay in the 80s and 90s a huge lot of attention to what my French colleagues called reformists, not reformers, because they were wed to the idea that conservatism would stay forever with the CCP. I believed in reform at the time. Today, sometimes it's a decoy, sometimes it's sociological differences among various strains of the elite, but I cannot see a faction, I cannot see a constituency at the top that would be really pushing this politically. The other area of debate, which at least I have vaguely followed this year, concerns, of course, Russia and Ukraine. And we have had cases of dissent, which would only be natural. Dissent usually snuffed out, silenced one way or another very quickly. But we also have some discrepancies between the strident official media line advocating essentially the Russian line to China and abroad, and whisperers, track 1.5 official experts trying to insinuate that China's assessment is really different. That, to me, does not necessarily constitute a debate. It delineates a space of maneuvering that China's leaders want to retain. And, you know, like in the French fable where Le Petit Poucet left white stones in the woods to be able to find a way back and lead his brothers from where their parents had conducted them. They leave stone that if China needs to backtrack and walk back on a number of statements and decisions made regarding Russia and Ukraine, they will find some testimony or some sign that this was always what they thought. It's called plausible denial. And I don't think it's really something very serious at the top. What's Xi Jinping's line? First of all, if you look at the historical resolution on the history of the party, it's very clear that he claims openly of having started a new era, the new era of the past 10 years. Some say he has minimized his predecessors, and there are certainly one or two swipes at how they failed to implement a number of serious decisions. He explained that what happened after 2012 was a big struggle, and it's a big internal struggle. Whether it's about corruption or whether it's about party line is not completely clear. Whether it's about what he says is another big achievement of the past 10 years, which is a fundamental change and a revolution in ideology. It's not completely clear to what extent the resolution goes, but it's clearly not just an inflection, but something radically new, departing from his predecessors. Some of the vocabulary is interesting. I just cite two things. This very strange to us place where in the English translation it comes out as we have to fight good guys. We have to fight good guys. In the Chinese version, what it really means is we don't subscribe to the Confucian view that they're Haozhen. Good people are important in the traditional Confucian cultural view, and this is something that he fights openly. It's part, of course, of materialism. It's part of his belief in power politics. But it's really something important because this is one part where he doesn't follow Chinese culture at all. The other thing that's very important in terms of words, I pay attention to Xi Jinping's word because they are echoes of ideology, is when he says we've reinforced the spiritual calcium. Calcium pills is what MFA officials in China received before 2012 from nationalist elements to tell them, you know, you should have a stronger spine. And the fact he uses those terms for that echo, to me, is almost a signature to the kind of stand he was having at the time, which we failed to appreciate completely. The other important thing in the speech was a warning against those who think they're too big to fail and who delude themselves about the central government. All, big guns, but including big entrepreneurs. Beware the parties on top. And finally, let's tell China's story well, which applies, of course, abroad. This is very important to him. The public propaganda or publicity, as it is said today, has become absolutely central. Henceforth, the wolf warrior diplomacy outside the fighting that goes on all over the world. This is huge because it means that decades of implicit understanding among the Chinese elites that things would change for the better and that things would start to merge gradually with international trends, this is completely interrupted. The consequences are, of course, very large. They have been accelerated by COVID, but COVID is something that he can ride on. I am still trying to explain to myself how it could be that China failed not to acquire, because they acquired actually the Pfizer license, but to actually put it in production or strike a deal with Moderna. And I think part of the cutting links and demonstrating that politics takes the first role over anything else must have been important in that decision, because even Xi Jinping could not ignore the trouble that this would create for the economy, as has happened particularly strongly in 2020, but again in 2022. This is a reversal of priorities. We have made, therefore, a number of mistakes in analyzing China. I would be, if there was more time, ready to emphasize especially the economic mistakes in terms of economic policy, but I have admit I made my own mistakes in life. For example, in '89, I was persuaded that restoration could not last, and that was a big mistake. So, we all fail to appreciate what happens in China. But quite simply, we, or a number of economists, explained that the Lewis turn was coming, that the labor force was in decline, and this would stop China's economic rise. The Lewis turn demographically happened in 2013, but that didn't change anything. We failed to appreciate the rural reservoir, the conscription of labor that extends to Xinjiang, by the way, because it's one of the explanations for forcing Xinjiang, essentially prisoners, to work as gangs in other provinces after labor offices work. This is important because it's possible that there will be an end to it. The demographic decline is real today. It's faster than anything that has happened in any East Asian country or even in Eastern Europe. It's particularly striking, and some people say it's still underappreciated in statistical terms. We failed to understand that there was no easy shift to a consumer service-driven economy. Look back, as late as 2018, most people believed the current account deficit of China would disappear. The current account surplus, sorry, not the current account deficit. And after decades of pledges by China's Prime Minister, Wen Jiabao was an expert at that, of saying that the trade deficit would be reduced, we are in 2022 sitting on the edge of a $1 trillion trade surplus if the trend continues to the end of the year. Almost every 3 months, every quarter since early 2020, people have been predicting this drive would stop, and so far it hasn't stopped. It has slightly abated the last months, but I wouldn't put a lot of faith in that. We had a more fundamental failure of perspective, which was to think, and I remember discussing that with officials at the Ministry of the Economy in Germany a few years ago, trying to tell them what is a non-economic view of this, saying it's not that China drives global growth, it's that China embodies global growth. and to some extent makes a lot of it by itself. That was an absolutely taboo thinking. This is now more debated. Nonetheless, we're still interdependent, inextricably dependent. I'll just use 3 examples. It's very easy to come down on the German auto manufacturers whose main market for, I won't name the firms, but you all know them, are in China. More often, more rarely does one cite the French luxury firms make some of the richest men in the world and whose main market is China, even more so after COVID, by the way. And we seldom cite that some of the US, we always mention Wall Street and financial investment. We forget that 3 top companies making semiconductors in the US have as their main markets China, and the first non-US company doing some significant market in China is way down the line. Even TSMC is actually way down in that list, while it's being talked about always about its entanglement with China. So getting away from that is not going to be easy. I cannot talk a lot, and I don't know how much time you want to give me at this point. This depends so much more on foreign policy issues, on political turns in China, answering our concerns, that it becomes very unpredictable. What is very clear is that fragmentation and decoupling is happening, regardless of whether this or that party wants it. What is equally clear is that Xi Jinping signaled this first in many ways, way before sanctions issue became, I shouldn't use the word fashionable, but important about China. Sorry, Reinhard, you came second on a number of this, but China was decoupling in many ways and seeking long-term decoupling before we did. Crucial issues on security, on supply chains have happened since. We have something that's likely to be a tussle inside the US and among what is called the West, and includes Japan, Korea, 2 others, on to what extent is it about retaining the lead in competitive aspects of the economy? What is safe security, hard security? What is critical, and what is more broadly economic competitiveness and the need not to be over generous in terms of tech transfers towards China? But that path is now here with us. What strikes me, and I will talk about that as a conclusion, is that in previous eras, we would have had major efforts by leaders from China to reverse these trends, to persuade, to put on sweeteners, to put on an appearance. And some of us was critical or skeptical about the appearance, but nonetheless, they showed up. Xi Jinping so far hasn't really showed up, except in Kazakhstan for 2.5 years, which in itself is something important. The Xi Jinping system of dealing with foreign parties seems to be as follows. First, ensure that they will become more dependent than you are. The working on the basic relationship of strength is really important. Second, sweeteners, either to some particular companies. That's what survives of liberalization and reform and opening up today, because there are elements of liberalization, is usually very targeted at key companies, usually with some, no longer because that's a company whose tech you want above all, but more because it's a politically significant gesture in terms to create a lobby and to get concessions, to have an outreach in the target country. It's bilateral concessions, which are a kind, it reminds me of kids in a merry-go-round where you can, if you jump up, you might grab the pompon, as we say in French. But since you shouldn't be bad to kids, at some point, every pompon in the second stage. So when China has a liberalization measure, it's first to people who are really, really in earnest and make concessions. And then you mutualize because you always thought that that sector was ready for opening, the train had sailed, you're strong enough, and you need to preserve the opening of the other party. That's something that survives in some areas. But strategic, political, ideological concessions, never. Even in the domain of public goods, and the one that's foremost in the eyes of Europeans is climate and emissions. Yes, we have a fundamental pledge for 2060. That's pretty far away, and no legal commitment. The only legal commitment absolutely signed was signed in Kigali on some kind of emissions, which I cannot remember because I'm not a climate specialist at this point. But it's important, but it's a sideshow, and it's a lonely example. The rest is pledges, but not binding, and Xi Jinping holds to that in almost every domain. This doesn't mean that China is not a very powerful actor in all of these areas. And I want to balance what I've said with one huge preoccupation for us, particularly Europeans, because we're stuck between a very liberal, diverse, worrying US economy in aspects, but that's quite dynamic in some areas, and a very dynamic China. And we are in between the two. But in many areas where those of us, including Greens, by the way, and others, want progress, China is behind in terms of pledges and achievements for the planet, but it's ahead when you look at industrial sectors and innovation for the future, because it gave all the big bucks to it, and because it has a consistent mind about it. This is Xi Jinping's feature. It's not completely different. Predecessors always loved big projects from Deng Xiaoping onward. Science, for example, was favored. But he is obsessive about favoring and encouraging distinct lines of technology and even innovation, breaking down silos. So in order to create that, it's a mark of authoritarianism. And, I'm not going to say, as we used to say about Mussolini's Italy, that the trains ran on time. But yes, these trains do run on time. And this is a challenge in terms of how we adapt and respond. I'll end just with a line, because I know in the afternoon there's going to be probably a huge talk about EU and China, just by saying I've watched EU policies for now almost 2 decades. And the changes are enormous. The adaptation is enormous. EU has moved along. We always have the same complaint: not moving fast enough, not moving as strongly in some aspects, particularly enforcement and coordination, because we are 27, as the US or even Japan does. But still, it's in one direction. These are all defensive measures, which the Chinese, by the way, label as protectionist, which is not the case. They are an answer to the asymmetry. They are an answer to the joke that China is still a developing economy that deserves special concessions, when in fact it's as advanced or more advanced than we are in some aspects. But we have not yet adapted at the European level to the new reality of industrial policy, to the new reality of states promoting public goods and encouraging developments. I feel that there have been decisive turns, even in the US, which was the most allergic probably of all to this kind of thing because of the belief in market, this huge belief in market-driven mechanisms. I see Japan going back to some of its older styles. the EU needs, and that's a very big and difficult effort to retool to face this. I haven't spoken about potential war. You had very strong words about that, and I saw a tweet on the train this morning. I saw a tweet by Emmanuel Macron saying we want to avoid a world war. That's for sure. We'd like to avoid a world war, but I won't comment on that. It's a whole area of China's potential behavior where there are lessons, pros and cons from the Russian aggression in Ukraine, which I'm sure everybody is watching now. I will stop there. I hope I haven't overstepped my time, and I'm really ready and happy if I'm taken apart by the next speakers.
Thank you so much, François Godement, for this brilliant set out of all the complexities that we're confronted with and your analytical insights. I think we can build on that in the panels that will follow. So please join me in thanking François for this keynote. And then we move on, and the first panel will be moderated by Felix Lee, a German journalist from Tageszeitung, and he will introduce his speakers. But I would ask David Shambaugh, Jonah Erling, and Justina Schudlik to come up to the podium to join the panel.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, dear China experts, dear Mr. Bütikofer, I'm very pleased to welcome you here to the first event of today's conference with such a top-class panel of truly global China experts. My name is Felix Lee. From 2010 to 2019, I was China correspondent for the Taz, a German daily newspaper. I now work for China Table, a professional briefing that appears daily and deals with the central issues relating to China. I'm very pleased to be able to moderate this panel here today. I would like to welcome the speakers, the panelists, David Shambaugh, Professor of Asian Studies, Political Science and International Relations, and Director of the China Policy Program at George Washington University in Washington. David, you're one of the few political scientists who, at least in the past, had real inside views into the leadership of the Communist Party, because for many of us journalists, although we stayed a long time in Beijing and we dealt intensively with China and the CP, the inner circle remained for us as a black box. It is great to have you here and get your view on Xi Jinping and the next possible leadership. I want to welcome Justyna Skudlik, Head of Asia Pacific Program and China Analyst at the Polish Institute of International Affairs in Warsaw. You have studied and did research in Beijing and Taipei. Your research focuses on China's foreign policy, especially China, Central and Eastern Europe relations, including, of course, China-Poland relations, as well as cross-strait relations. Very happy to have you here. We have, I don't know if we can see you, Susanne. Susanne Weigelen, she is in Brussels, but unfortunately, she got tested positive this morning. But I hope Susanne can hear us. She is in the hotel room and wants to join this panel, of course. Susanne Weigelen is a professor for sinology at the University of Vienna and program director for China at the Austrian Center for Strategic Analysis. Susanne is one of the leading China experts in the German-speaking area. You have known China since the Mao era in the 1970s. And as I just learned this morning, you have studied with Johnny Erling, which is the last panelist, longtime colleague. Johnny was not only for years, but for decades in the China correspondent, most recently for the German newspaper Die Welt and Der Standard in Austria. Every time in my time when I was a correspondent, we wanted to learn something about the historical context of current events in China, but also assessments of the CP leadership. We turn to you, Johnny. Now you are advisor for MERIX, the Mercator Institute for China Studies, and also a columnist for China Table. Very happy to have you here. I would ask each of you panelists to have an opening statement of about 10 minutes on the question, where does China stand after a decade under the leadership of Xi Jinping? And after that, we would have more time for discussion, I guess. Yeah, I would like to start with you, Justyna. Where is China and the CCP after 10 years of Xi Jinping?
So first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for inviting me. Being among so well-known expert on China, I must admit that I feel like a Xiao Mei Mei. So I'm very, very happy, and also that I could start the panel. So once again, thank you very much for inviting me. It's my enormous pleasure. As Felix mentioned, I would like to focus on the title of our panel. So just say a few words about my understanding, where is China and where is CCP after 10 years of Xi Jinping's rule. And I would like to try to distinguish between China and the state and CCP as a party. Sometimes it's not very easy because because right now under Xi Jinping, I think that China is CCP and CCP is China. And say a few words about my understanding about some new trends, characteristics, what is new, what has changed, comparing also to the previous generation of Chinese leaders. And I would like to focus on CCP, and then the second part of my intro would be try to answer about the rationale, the reasons why those kind of trends we can observe under Xi Jinping's rule. So I would like to start from when it comes to China. I think that we could talk about at least 6 important trends that are pretty new, or there's some kind of there are differences comparing to the previous leadership. I think that the first and the second trends that I figure out are we can combine. It's first of all is a control of everything and a securitization of everything when it comes to China under Xi Jinping's rule. I'm talking, of course, about the digital governance, which in case of China as a non-democratic country is a kind of a digital authoritarianism and surveillance of society, tightening the grip over society, and this deluge of security-related laws and regulations. National security law, cyber security law, and this kind of regulations. And as I said, it's a process of controlling of everything and securitization of everything. It means that about ethnic groups like Xinjiang, Tibet, Also, from Chinese perspective, special regions like Hong Kong, of course, and the process of scrapping one country to system, national security law in 2012, but also, I'm talking about Chinese perspective, Taiwan, expanding this punitive measures of coercion against Taiwan. Also, there's a kind of control and securitization when it comes to the business circles, private, especially private companies. I'm talking about this regulatory crackdown on big tech, reducing party cells in the private companies. Also, there's a process when it comes to the young people, because I think that young people as a youth is becoming a bigger threat for Xi Jinping. Also, this kind of regulatory wave or flood of this kind of fan clubs, tutorials, and so on. And of course, the reform of the PLA. The third trend or the characteristic is the process of CCPization, if I may put it in this way, which means that party overshadows state institutions. And of course, it's not a new trend, but comparing to Deng Xiaoping, Jiang Zemin, or Hu Jintao terms, it is something new, because party is becoming present everywhere. And I would like to also refer to one of a sentence or quotation from the Party Congress report, the 19th Party Congress report in 2017. It was a sentence that 当时领导一切的, that party controls or manages everything. And also, without party, there is no China. Without party, there is no happiness and happy life of Chinese people. So it is a kind of from my understanding, a little bit change when it comes to the Deng Xiaoping era, for example. So as I said, so there's introducing party cells into the private companies, also the kind of strengthening party organizations at the universities, so also focus on young people. Xi Jinping still recenters studies at the universities. And maybe one example how Xi Jinping, it was very important, very visible in the first term of Xi Jinping, that he tried to bypass state institution focusing on party institutions. The decision that was made during the third plenum 2013, it was said that it will be established the National Security Commission, which means that the state organization, and in 2014 it was announcement that it was 中央国家安全会, so it was party national commission. And the fourth trend is that centralization, of course, and we've seen in the provinces. And I think that the very good example of the centralization is the party reactions to the COVID, the first cases of COVID, that the provinces were waiting for the decision from the top what to do. And of course, as I said, is also a kind of centralization when it comes to private companies, focus on state-owned companies, and control of the private business. And the fifth trend is the closing up of the country, and it is connected with the Zili Ziqiang issue, which is science. It's nothing new as well, but I think right now it is more visible. There is a this process is becoming more deep than previously, and of course this slogan and this new let's say theory about the dual circulation, which means that the focus should be on the internal, on the domestic market. And of course, when it comes to the closing up, I think it's very important. It's a paradox. It's a very telling example is a COVID, that China is closing up, and there's some kind of a psychological effect that, for example, for me as a China expert right now, I'm really, I think twice if I would like to go to China right now. And the last point is aggressive foreign policy, mostly when it comes to the free world, let's say democratic countries. And it is a kind of a change also comparing the first term and the second. First term is like a proactive and assertive policy. Right now is an aggressive policy. And a few words about the CCP. As I said, this kind of processes are overlapping to some extent. When it comes to CCP, CCP means China, and without CCP there is no China, and there's a focus on the party. The party should be stronger than before. I think it's also the assessment of what happened during the Hu Jintao and Jiabao era. One-man decision-making, all the responsibility of the Xi Jinping, and also this consolidation of the CCP. There is no any discussion, even I think, among foreign experts about factions within the party. It's a completely different story than before 18th Party Congress in 2012. And the top-down decision-making, there's some kind of calling Xi Jinping, I think by himself, as a Hexin, as a core. Previously, it was Jiang Zemin was called Hexin by Deng Xiaoping. So this is the trends. And now a few words about the reasons why Xi Jinping decided to do so, to have this kind of new trends. I think the most important is the domestic rationale. And that, generally speaking, there's lessons learned from the past when it comes to the social stability and CCP condition. And the very important is the negative assessment of the previous leadership, mostly the fourth generation of leaders. And I would like to pay attention that in the report after this, the 19th Party Congress 2017, and it was the very similar sentence appeared yesterday after the 7th plenum, the last before the 20th Congress, that many long-term problems have not been resolved for a very long time. And now, because of Xi Jinping, so there's the Chanqi 没有解决的难题. So it was that this very similar sentences was published at the communique after the 7th plenum yesterday, and the same is you can find in a report 2017. And so why what's about these domestic issues? There's first of all the fear about losing power or at least undermining CCP legitimacy due to possible social discontent or the unrest instability that might be triggered by the rising expectations and aspirations. And why I think so, this is the reason, because when you look at this party congress report, the last one, there is this sentence about made contradiction. CPC still defines problems through the prism of the dialectical materialism, seeking basing on major contradiction. And during 19th Party Congress, Xi Jinping said that the main contradiction right now is uneven development versus social expectations about better quality of life. And I think that Xi Jinping is really afraid of young people and the growing outreach due to their low living standards. Their lives are harder than the parents, 996 culture and overtime work from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. And of course, high unemployment rate when it comes to young people. Xi Jinping is also afraid of centrifugal forces when it comes to the provinces. They are pretty rich and big. And also about the private companies, high-tech companies. Jack Ma issue is a very good example. And I think it is, when it comes to the lessons, it's lessons learned from the Tiananmen situation, Tiananmen massacre. Also Falun Gong during Jiang Zemin rule and during Hu Jintao is a kind of unrest in Lhasa, in Xinjiang, but also some kind of Liu Xiaobo issues in Charter 8. And when it comes to CCP, of course, I think that also the lessons learned from the previous leadership, that we must strengthen the party. There were some factions. There was the debate about the faction. There was Boxilai issue before 18th Party Congress. There was some debate about different models with development models within China. I'm talking about Chongqing development model or Guangdong model. So for Xi Jinping, I think what is this the signal of the weakness and the problem within a party, some kind of a chaos. So we have to take control. And the last, I know that I should finish. So a few words about the external factors, but because I think it's very important. I think that we could distinguish between the first and the second term. In the first term, it was proactive, China's foreign policy, assertive and proactive, because it was a moment, I think, in Xi Jinping's assessment that the global situation is favorable for China. I would like to pay attention to the sentence that Xi Jinping uses almost in every speech, that today's world is undergoing major changes unseen in a century. And I think that in the first term, it was assessment that the West declines, East rises. So it's a moment just to change the global order, to show up, just to make China a global leader. And now the situation changed in the second term. Of course, I think in 2016, 17, when it comes to the trade war, anti-list, when it comes to the United States, change in the EU, perception of China, and of course the last point is the Russia's aggression against Ukraine and the creation, because of the unity of the West, let's say, of a free world, creation of the two camps, these democratic and these, let's say, authoritarian camps, and Xi Jinping is really afraid of. And also I think it's thinking about, have some references to the previous, let's say, a Cold War era, because when you look at what about the narrative in China right now, it's mostly about a cold mentality, so referring to the two camps. So I'm sorry for being too much, so I stop here. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you very much for these interesting points. I think each of these points probably would deserve an extra Congress. Maybe just one tiny question about the young people. Are they really a threat to Xi Jinping? Are there any signs for this?
Well, I think there is a threat. And if I may, I have a quotation. It's a quotation from Global Times, but I have a quotation. After the process of this regulatory crackdown and these regulations about this, all these fan clubs and so on, it is one quotation. There is only, it was about young people. It is a fan of some celebrity in China. He said, there are only about 2 million PLA soldiers and about 2.5 million policemen in China, but Wu, it was a pop star accused of suspected rape and something, has the Wu, this celebrity, has 50 million followers on Weibo, and certainly we certainly could rescue him out of jail. So I think that it's a picture that sometimes because of using social media, young people can, let's say, consolidate and may pose a threat to Xi Jinping. And I think that it could be not only about young people, but about this possible instability when it comes to the latest protest against the lockdowns in Shanghai, and also because of the problem with the real estate and some protests about people who have some about the situation with this real estate situation. So I think that there is a kind of there is a huge problem that it could be some kind of instability, social instability, and the young people, I think it's important. And when it comes to the young people, the last sentence, it is a kind of a trend right now. It is called Neijuan. It's an involution that there are people so really fed up with it, with this situation, and because the expectation is pretty high, I think that they may create some kind of a problem for Xi Jinping.
Okay. Yeah, we will get back to what the zero COVID strategy politically means. But also we want to talk about foreign policy. Susanne Weigelin, can you hear us and see us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, you in particular observed the development of China's foreign policies during the Xi Jinping era and the so-called more assertive policy approach that we have been observing under Xi's leadership. How exactly has China under Xi changed the world order in these 10 years?
Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me the chance to connect to you via Zoom. I don't want to infect everybody, so I stay in my hotel room, but I'm very happy.
At least you still look healthy.
Yes, I do. And I don't have any symptoms, and I'm quite fine. I feel very sorry that I cannot speak to David in person because we haven't seen each other for too long, but that's the way it is these days. Thanks to Mr. Xi Jinping's wonderful policy in containing the epidemic, we are now all having a pandemic. Okay, so before I want to go into some detail, especially in talking about China's stand towards Ukraine and towards Taiwan, I want to make one thing clear. I think since Mr. Xi Jinping has come to power, we can observe two fundamental paradigm shifts, which we have to have in mind in order to understand what is going on in China and what is going on in the world. And the first of these two fundamental changes is more obvious than the second one, because the first one is the fundamental paradigm shift from putting the economy into command to putting politics into command. So what does this mean? In the area since 1978, up until Xi Jinping came to power, it was clear that the Chinese leadership wanted to make the economy run, and they would give up many of their principles, or which we thought were their principles, in order to go for this aim, make the economy run and achieve the aim of reaching the level that they needed to reach in order to be able to show that they are one of the major powers in the world. The second fundamental paradigm shift is maybe not as obvious as the first one. And I would say that the second paradigm shift is from internal politics in command to external politics in command. So this implies that whenever the Chinese leadership takes any kind of decision, they no longer put their internal policy aims in first place and then decide on what kind of external policy to take, but it's the other way around. It is that they're now focusing on reaching their external policy aims, and therefore much of what we now see in forms of internal policies, including their economic policies, is actually policies that they decided on because they want to reach a certain external policy aim. And this also implies for us that, much in contrast to what we have been doing so far, we have to learn to shift the focus of our attention and to concentrate more than in the past on analyzing China's foreign policy. If you look at the experts in the European Union countries who work on China day and night, you will see that we have lots of experts who are very interested in all kinds of internal policy issues. And if you read the newspapers on China, you will see that many of our journalists are extremely interested in internal policy issues. And I think this is totally legitimate. But if my hypothesis is right, that now external policy sort of decides on what kind of internal policies to take, then we have to focus more on foreign policy than we did in the past. And I think when you ask me, what is it that China is actually aiming for, and why is it so important to understand that now external policy is so important for China, I think the first and foremost thing that China wants to achieve in this period is to be acknowledged internationally, not only as a major power, but as one among few world powers. And I think the leadership is actually aiming for 2 world powers and not, as Mr. Putin, for 3. So this also implies that when we talk about China as a systemic rival in relationship to the EU, we will also have to think about what this means in terms of external policies. And maybe you noticed that just recently we had this meeting of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And maybe most of you didn't really pay attention to this organization. I think, if you look into the research literature, you will also see that people are not really interested. But I think that we really have to watch out for this organization because according to my assessment, this organization is a growing organization which intentionally defines its rule in basic and fundamental contrast to what the EU is defining as its rule. And this is, for example, very interesting if you look at the fact that this organization is growing rapidly. Maybe you realize that recently Turkey actually applied for membership. It was not reported in the press that in 2021, Iran became a member of this organization. A little earlier, India and Pakistan became members of this organization. Afghanistan is going to be a member of this organization. Belarus has a status of watching the meetings and has had this status for a long time. So this organization is actually reaching out to Europe, and the basic difference between the EU and this organization is that this organization explicitly has no common value base. It is an organization that you can join no matter whether you agree or you don't. And as you see, there are even countries which are more or less in war with each other who are members of this organization, as for example, China and India and Pakistan. And they actually all participated in the military maneuvers that took place this year in the context of the SCO meeting. Secondly, it's also very interesting that this organization does not discuss any issues of internal policies, of modernization, of homogenization, for example, rule of law and things like this. They focus on their common international interest, with no regard to their differences in internal policies. And last but not least, I think it's very interesting to see that they have the principle of consensus. But if you don't agree, you can actually tell everybody else, okay, I don't agree with you. I show no interest in continuing the debate with you. I sort of leave the room and you can find your consensus, which is an interesting way of doing things. So why do I tell you this? Because I think that this new form of multilateralism is going to be the most important systemic rivalry we are going to encounter in the during the next years to come. It's a new way of defining multilateralism, and it has the potential of attracting countries dissatisfied with the current global order, and especially countries dissatisfied with the EU and its value-based approach to politics. So I would say that, you know, we will not only see Turkey applying for membership because it has been waiting for EU membership for a long time. We might look at Serbia being more interested in joining SCO than EU. We will maybe see even countries which are membership countries of the EU at this moment turning towards SCO. This just as a wake-up call. Now, let's turn to the Ukraine issue. You heard this morning that Mr. Bütikofer said that China is a strong supporter of Russia in the Ukraine conflict. I would dare not to agree with Mr. Bütikofer. I've been watching this from the first day of the war, and I think it is very interesting to see how China is trying to take a middle position. I'm not talking about a neutral position. I'm explicitly talking about a middle position. And China is trying to keep this middle position because it has had enormously strong ties with Ukraine as well as Russia. And China needs a good relationship with Ukraine for its further technological development, especially in the military sector. China would not have the ability to build an aircraft carrier without the support of Ukrainian engineers. China would not have built its enormously big military carrier plane, which it tried to build on its own for a long time. It never reached this aim, but it finally had the support of Ukraine's engineers, which have a lot of expertise in this. There are other reasons that China wants to be middle of the road. And I think when you look at the recent voting on the annexation of the territories that Russia claims in Ukraine, you see that 35 countries abstained from voting against Russia. And of course, one of these countries is China, India, and all the other countries that basically abstained from voting or also abstained from the voting procedure yesterday. And I think that this is, we have to understand why China, in voting against annexation, actually did not vote against Russia, because, as you might have heard in the past, China has always criticized any kind of violence of sovereignty and territorial integrity. This is very much due to its own problems with Taiwan. And for that reason, it is not very logical for China not to vote against Russia. But the reason is that they found an internal compromise between people in the leading echelons of the Communist Party of China, who have recently shown very openly that they are pro-Russia, and people in the leading body of the Communist Party of China who shy away from supporting Russia because of the political and economic implications of this. I think it is very interesting to see that China also is a little bit hesitant in showing its openly revisionist attitude towards the international world order. And it therefore also shies away from just sort of connecting and relating to Russia and supporting whatever Russia wants to do. And this is yet another reason for China to keep sort of a middle of the road position in this very complicated world. I think we need to have this in mind in order not to make a major mistake in dealing with China on this Ukraine issue. As we see, Mr. Lavrov said he is very well willing to talk to the US on the Ukraine issue. However, he's not willing to talk to the Ukraine. And he explains this to us in terms of the US sort of orchestrating the Ukrainian side of the issue from the back. Which is an obvious way for him to legitimize his claim that he wants to talk to the US. However, I think the hidden agenda here is, and some of the hidden agenda of the Ukraine war is the fact that Russia wants to be acknowledged not only as a major power, but as one of the three world powers. The US and China and Russia all want to be acknowledged as world powers, and they want to run our world together. And they don't. Russia and China are united in not running the world to the US. So if Mr. Lavrov says, you know, we can talk about an armistice, but I'm not going to talk about an armistice with Ukraine, I'm only going to talk about an armistice with the US, this implies that he wants sort of to reestablish a strategic level of decision-making in this international order between Russia and the US. And he knows very well that he will not be able to do this without China. And if we push China into the arms of Russia, then there is no way to use China as a third middle power in this whole conflict, to use China as a moderator, which I think we are going to definitely have a terrible need of with the social and economic and political upheavals that are going to arise in our countries and around the world within the next few weeks to come. So let me finish by talking a little bit on the Taiwan issue, because this is, of course, a very obvious issue, and the world has been watching tensions rising in East Asia, especially since the visit of Nancy Pelosi in Taiwan. Let me give you a very short assessment of this visit from my side. I think that this visit was expected and waited for on both sides. Both the US side wanted this visit and China wanted this visit. And the reason why China wanted this visit is because they wanted to show the US how strong they are in military means. They showed them everything they have in terms of technology, in terms of strategy. And the US was knowing that this was going to happen, and they were eager to watch what China was actually showing to them. So we shouldn't, we shouldn't be too idealistic about this enormously costly visit. By the way, it was enormously costly. Joe Biden's earlier visit to the region showed that Joe Biden actually sees a close connection between what is happening in the region of East Asia and in what is happening in Ukraine and in the middle of Europe. And rumors were coming up that the US are having plans to actually expand the NATO to the Pacific region. I think some people were a little bit nervous about this idea. And while tensions have been rising ever since in the region, it is very interesting to see that President Tsai Ing-wen of Taiwan actually underlined in her recent speech of October 10, which is the National Day of the Republic of China, that she is willing to talk to mainland China in order to avoid a war in the region. And if she says she is willing to talk in order to avoid war in the region, this shows that there is a very, very urgent feeling in this region that the next really, really bad war is going to happen within the next time to come. So I think in this situation, I would like for the EU to actually deeply ponder how to react to this rising tension in East Asia, and to make any attempt possible to help Mrs. Tsai Ing-wen to talk to mainland China in order to avoid war in the region. And what does it mean to avoid war in the region? According to my assessment of the situation, the first thing we'll have to do is to see that there is no relation between the Ukraine war and a possible Taiwan war. So we should not make the implicit logical connection, strategic connection between Taiwan and Ukraine explicit in the sense that the same countries which participate in actively and militarily let's say actively but not militarily supporting the Ukraine should be actively and not militarily supporting Taiwan, but that we actually interfere into this conflict with the aim of avoiding war. And this means that we need to regionalize the conflict. And I was very happy to hear that the ambassador of Australia is present in this discussion, because I think that Australia could play an enormously important role in regionalizing this conflict, in making this conflict not be a conflict that is the beginning of a world war. And this, I would like to stress this again, we need to find a solution for this place in the world, which is called Taiwan, and which is like a testing ground for growing tensions between China and the US. We need to find a solution for these tensions and for the good of the people in Taiwan, because what they want is the status quo for Taiwan. And let me make this very, very precise and short. China has defined its red line in its recent white book on Taiwan. And the red line is, if Taiwan declares independence, and if the EU and the US recognize Taiwan's independence, this will be war against Taiwan. And I think this needs to be very, very clear here. We thought that maybe we don't really know what the red lines are defined in Moscow. I think Beijing has defined its red lines very, very clearly, and we need to know which step we need to take in order to avoid this red line to be overstepped. To sum up, I think, and I would hope for the EU to develop policies towards China by taking into account that China is now an internationally active, not only major power, but maybe already a world power, which is at the same time a systemic rival, not only with regard to its internal order, but also with regard to the international order we live in at this moment. And as it is a rival and a major power at the same time, we need to be very, very explicit in defining our policy. And I think we need to remember, and maybe as a German, I'm allowed to say this, that despite the fact that Stalin was maybe was one of the worst dictators of his times, it was with the support of the Soviet Union that German fascism and Japanese expansionism was finally defeated. And Roosevelt had to be friends with Uncle Joe Stalin, in order to achieve this aim. And we have to keep this in mind. So from my point of view, the world needs China as a mediator in order to find a solution to the war in Ukraine. And the world needs the EU in order to find a solution to the conflict in Taiwan. Because in this specific situation, the EU would be the ideal mediator with very good relations to Taiwan, very good relations to the US, and also comparatively good relations to the PRC. Thank you very much.
Yes. Wow, these are very alarming and worrisome analysis. Thank you very much for these very clear statements. We definitely have to discuss this later, also especially the role what Europe can do, is actually able to do in this very different worldwide situation. Before we do that, I want to ask Johnny, we recall and go back a little bit to domestic politics. In 2012, shortly before he came to power, there was this huge scandal involving top politicians, Borchilai, which showed how corruption has spread to the very top. The Communist Party was at stake. And we had most of us, I think, who were there, journalists in that time, had a quite positive view on Xi Jinping. He seemed to be open, he seemed to be a reformer, his background. And then he started this big anti-corruption campaign where he not only got rid of all these corrupt top politicians, but also got rid of his internal rivals. Now, 10 years later, the question is, how stable is his leadership? How strong is he?
Thank you very much for having me. And just going a little bit back from all the foreign policy implications that we already discussed here and things like that, I just try to elaborate today a seemingly simple question, how to reach Xi Jinping and what is in his mind. And because that's a possibility to know where he's heading to. And just put in front of that, don't make it too long, don't feel that, I agree mainly with the recent changing of his mind, or more or less more flexible mind of Kevin Rudd, that you all know, the former Prime Minister, who currently is the head of the Asia Society Policy Institute. He just wrote with his Doctor of Philosophy, and he got it from Oxford University, just on this question, on a 420-page thesis on Xi's ideological worldview as a Marxist nationalist. Mr. Rudd comes to the conclusion, Xi, and he told it, is a Chinese ideologist in chief. And you can read that easily in the newest Foreign Affairs magazine, which comes out in November, where he has a summary of his thesis just in 2 words. Xi has brought the era of pragmatic, non-ideological governance in China to a crashing halt. That's all Rudd talk. Xi has pushed politics to the Leninist left, economics to the Marxist left, and foreign policy to the nationalist right. In short, Xi's rise has meant nothing less than the return of ideological men. Just another short input. Mr. Rudd had a remarkable discussion with the 99-year-old Henry Kissinger on 3rd of October. I recommend you all to see that in YouTube. It's just 2 weeks old. He pressed Kissinger to say something about the ideological Xi Jinping, which Kissinger always avoids because he knows Xi Jinping very well, he knows Mao Zedong very well. So this time he had to say something, and I quote what Mr. Kissinger said. First, Xi thinks a lot about the great tragedies that have occurred in China's history as a result of internal collapse and how to avoid such a fate. Secondly, my instinct, that's Kissinger saying, my instinct is Xi uses Marxism as the best tool for centralized power and not as Mao as a kind of distinct religion. So, Kissinger, the question is whether it is possible to create a kind of conversation with Xi that moves away from the Maoist perception on the verge to a Chinese Marxist one, which means, in Kissinger's view, to try to find a way how to connect to Xi. Well, that's Kissinger, of course. But recently, more and more people just agree with what Kevin Rudd said, and I belong to that. And actually, we could see that coming for a long time. And the moment Xi got hold on power, he himself didn't hide what he was thinking, but we fairly nearly didn't pay attention to that. And that's our problem, with the exception of some scholars who did. So the first speech that Xi Jinping gave just after he was elected on the 18th Central Committee, end of 2012, as you all know, was on 5th of January 2013, just 3 weeks later. He assembled all newly appointed members of the Central Committee and lectured them on a question, some questions, how to build and develop socialism with Chinese characteristics. That sounds boring, but it is not, as I will show you in some examples. Similar, 5 years later, on the 5th of January 2018, after Xi was re-elected at the 19th Central Committee 2017 as #1 leader, he also assembled the same situation, newly appointed members of the Central Committee, and gave them the speech, which also resembles very nearly, uphold and develop socialism with Chinese characteristics must be consistent. As you all know, these speeches of Xi are never immediately published. It takes time that they are published, and they will be corrected in a lot of ways. This last speech was just published 3 weeks ago. So just as a prelude to the 20th Party Day, and meant by this. And I will show you some of the quotes later, which sees why he did that. So the timing is the same of these two speeches. The audience he addressed is mainly also the same. The topic he chose was very similar. His concerns are also the same. And we, from these speeches that are given to us, and we only know parts of it, but big parts of it, he warns in a very bold language that Chinese system could crash like the Soviet Union. He fears not outside powers can topple him, nor United States, nor anything else, and the party. But he fears very much, and he constantly repeats that, and also in that two speeches, the colored revolution and the enemy from within. He is scared by a myriad of problems. He even speaks them in numbers, as in his 2018 speech, January 5. He speaks about 16 risks in 8 areas that required our full attention. It's very hard to get all these risks because they never elaborate on that. He just put us with these numbers. And he worries very much why all Chinese dynasties, even with the mightiest leaders, didn't last long. He gives a lot of examples to that. So Xi is constantly haunted by these ideas and dangers. He warns about them in dozens of his later speeches and in these two speeches. And I choose the two speeches just because it covers the 10 years, because it's published now, of what we are talking today, what happened in these 10 years. So before I start, I also quote another small thing that another one, only one sentence by Kevin Watt. Xi's doctrinal statements are not only theoretical, they are also operational. They have laid the groundwork for a wide range of foreign policy steps that would have been unimaginable under earlier leaders. And just remember the year 2013, which is such an important year for China. What did Xi did in that? He went outside. He went to Kazakhstan to do the Belt and Road stuff started. He went to the South China Sea and rebuilt all the islands and gave us some hints, like at that time the military and the police told me, oh, we want to go to South China Sea. Why? Because our MH370, that plane that fell down in Malaysia somewhere, we cannot reach it. We cannot help in search, so we need to have these islands. Actually, it was totally wrong, but it's clear how they published that. And there were so many things that happened in 2013. That was the operational stuff, what Xi Jinping did, and it's the same with after 2018. So look at these speeches, then you know what happened in 2013 and 2018. It has much to do with that. So I just quit a little bit, sorry. So let's start with the quotes. Xi told very boldly on January 2013, his newly appointed Central Committee, that de-Maoization would never be on his agenda. At that time, so many people in the West were writing articles about a reformer and what he will do and so on. But what he said directly was, let us imagine for a moment that we had completely negated Comrade Mao Zedong. Could our party and our socialist system have survived? They would have collapsed. That would have created a great mess. So this is direct talk, direct written, and there is no politeness, nothing else, what he said to the people of this Central Committee. That was on 5th of January 2013. I compare that with 5th of January 2018. And next time when we meet, I will compare it with 5th of January 2023, when he will give the same thing, the same speeches and the same theories, but developed on for his next people. So at that time in 2013, he put in his speeches that you can find in China. It's officially published. It's not he put in these speeches all his later theories. So he put the theory how to evaluate the Cultural Revolution. The thing about the 30 years before Mao's the 30 years before Mao's death and the 30 years after Mao's death, that this is a part of one piece, that is all said there. And later on, he elaborated on that even more, and we all noticed, oh, what's going on there? Is a rewriting of the history? No, he did that already in 2013, and has a lot to do with the Soviet Union. So at that time, in that speech, he said he asked to reflect on two questions, and that is the question which are important for all the communist members, and that was for him so important. Why did the Soviet Union disintegrate? Why did the Soviet Communist Party dissolve itself? That's all quote. It's not that my one. He answered himself, the Soviet leadership tolerated liberalism, allowed to completely negate the history of the Soviet Union, their party and their leader, Lenin and Stalin. Historical nihilism and mental confusion spread everywhere. The party organization could decide almost nothing. The army was no longer under the command of the party, one of the biggest mistakes. 2 weeks later on that speech, he addressed the highly secretive disciplinary commission. And what did he tell them? Also a very interesting quote. He asked for more repression and dismissed the idea that Chinese Communist Party is too big to fail. He said, remember the Soviet Party, seized power, when it had 200,000 members. It defeated Hitler when it had 2 million members, but it lost power when it had nearly 20 million members. Why? In my view, because they lost their political discipline. So he was overwhelmed by these questions. And very few Chinese experts know that in his speech then later in 2018, which was published 2 times by the party magazine Chioshe in 2019, and now in just before this 20 Party Day, he always said the same things, but in a little bit different form. He said, our party has more than 89 million party members and more than 4.5 million grassroots party organizations. I think it is only ourselves who can defeat us. There is no second person. And he is explaining in all these 2 speeches that I chosen to tell you a little bit about today, that the history of China is full of instances of powerful dynasties and rulers who were overthrown because of their inner weaknesses. He is constantly asking, will this happen to the Communist Party too? That also, and his quote was, throughout the ages, one of the common reasons for the collapse or decline of major power in the world is the loss of central authority and the inability to centralize and unify all forces. Therefore, Xi demanded the party to remold its ideology, asked from outside to do that, and constantly enforce it. And just in this speech, which was published in the 15th September 2022, which goes back to 2018, he said, I said that the Communist Party of China is in its prime of the century. You know that quote when he gave it officially, he said the East is coming and the West is declining. But there he said it a little bit differently. He said, at the same time, I have a deep sense of worry when I say this. From the perspective of Chinese history, the dynasties that have existed for a long time, including the Xia dynasty for more than 400 years, the Shang dynasty for about 600 years. Then he gives a long, long description that I will not tell you because it exceeds our time. And then he says, ending with the 38 years of the Republic of China that was also declining. Even those dynasties that have been around for a long time have also suffered from corruption, social unrest, raging public grievances, and constant resistance to their later period, in their later period. This shows that after a regime is established, it is not easy to maintain its prosperity and long-term stability. If there is no self-examination, which means criticism, self-criticism inside the party, vigilance and effort, which means constant repression, no matter how powerful the regime may be, it will come to an end. So this is what I like to give you some of the quotes. There are much more quotes concerning everything from common prosperity, which he talked to, and so on and on. I just will end with one last quote that he gave in this newest speech that was published in 2022, but goes back to 2018. He said, imagine to the Central Committee, imagine if socialism did not have the success it has today in China. If the leadership of the Communist Party of my country and the socialist system in our country also collapsed in the domino-like changes of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, the collapse of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the upheaval of Eastern Europe, or for other reasons. If it fails, then socialist practice may have no linger in the dark for the long time. And it will linger in the world as a ghost, as Marx said. It's funny because Marx meant it totally different when he said people are haunted by a ghost. No? He said it positively. This from Mr. Xi Jinping is negatively. So there are many of these quotes, mainly they are published not in this People's Daily or so, but in this sort of books which are called, which you can find in China, and they called Selection of Important Documents since the 18th Party Day and since the 19th Party Day and so. And there's a whole lot of unresearched, put out of speeches that gives us a lot of clues about what he's thinking, what he's doing, and why is he doing that. And this is not a seminar especially on Xi Jinping, so I will stop here. But I just wanted to give you this idea that it's important to look what's written on him, what he has written, what he is saying, and what he's saying. And that leaves us, or in my understanding, to find out what is he going to do in the next period when he is now coming into power, into absolute power. It's now the real paramount leader. Before he was the leader, then he was a special leader with the changing of the constitution. Now he will become the paramount leader. And then let's see what will be the result. Thank you so far. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that was a clever tactic of the CP to publish all these huge books, and our mistakes, the mistakes of a lot of us journalists not to read them properly. And Johnny, you are the very few ones who really read these, and actually maybe it's a message that we have to deal much more with all these published things, what Xi Jinping already wrote and said. David, I want to ask you about the upcoming Congress, the possible personal changes and the future leadership, but also one question ahead. What are the biggest changes of the Communist Party under Xi's leadership? What is your experience and your analysis on this?
Right. Well, thank you. And first of all, thank you to Reinhard, very much, Reinhard, for bringing us all together for this really interesting conference. And I commend you on being so prescient and planning it just prior to the Congress itself. And it's really nice to be here with colleagues whom I haven't seen for a long time. I too is looking forward to seeing Suzanne in person, and François, colleagues of long standing, and it's good to be back in Brussels. It's a place where I used to spend a lot of time. Felix has given me, at least before I arrived, a very strict 10-minute rule that I was to really, and I still do plan to try and observe. He asked me to reflect on the 10 years of Xi Jinping in 10 minutes. You can do the math, but I'm not going to proceed in that 1 minute per point kind of mechanical way. But I think I will try and give you a few of the takeaways as I've seen it, and then wind up, if I could steal an extra minute or two, trying to peer into the future as to what I foresee, since I'm not sure I'm going to get another chance during the conference to discuss what may be coming under Xi 3.0 or 2.0. So I also would like to just echo what's been said by my colleagues. I listen very carefully and very much share much of what's been said. I think someone said everything has been said, but not everyone has said it. So let me be a little bit repetitive, I think, and I thank Johnny in particular for his rather forensic reading of Xi Jinping's speeches. And I would agree, Felix, journalists should read these types of publications, not just scholars. There is a great deal of insight to be had from reading what the Chinese communists actually publish. Johnny asks how to read Xi Jinping. Well, unlike my colleague Kevin Rudd, I'm not so much going to take a psychological approach to Xi Jinping. I do share with Kevin that Xi is an ideologue, very much a Marxist. But I'm not a psychologist. I prefer to look at Xi Jinping more, you might say, as a neurologist. I see him as a Leninist. Yes, he is a Marxist. He takes Marxism really seriously. But he's a hardcore Leninist in many ways. And he's a throwback, not just to the Maoist era, but I would say to the Stalinist era. I'm so pleased that Suzanne raised Uncle Joe's name in her presentation. Xi Jinping's approach to the party is one of absolute hegemonic power by and control by the party over all institutions of society and state. He proceeds from a zero-sum set of premises about the relations between state and society and between party and society. Give some set of premises that I would argue Deng Xiaoping, Jiang Zemin, and Hu Jintao all did. They were all worried about the party's longevity. After '89, there were serious questions about the party's longevity, and they went through about more than 20 years worth of inter-party reforms under Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao, and one individual that worked for both of them, namely Zheng Qinghong, who I see as absolutely central to the reforms of the party. So their view was very much, as I say, a more positive sum view of how the party and the state, well, how the party should relate to the state, first of all, in a kind of coexistent manner, not a Zhao Ziyang separation of party and government manner. No, that died with Zhao Ziyang's overthrow in '89, unfortunately. And that was one of the first takeaways that the Chinese communists took from the Soviet collapse, was the argument that Gorbachev had separated party from state and party from military. We could talk, I think it's very important for this session to spend time talking about the Soviet Union because it is front and center in their mind. Xi Jinping is obsessed with the collapse of the Soviet Union. I could not agree more with Johnny, and thank you for digging out all those quotes. Right after he came to power in 2012, he went down to Guangdong, to Shenzhen, and he gave an inter-party speech that's now come out about the reasons, as he saw it, for the collapse of the Soviet Communist Party. Johnny gave you some of those quotations. They're now available. And I think that's really the starting point. Xi believes in a party that is like, well, all Leninist parties. What is Leninism, after all? Leninism is a political system that permeates like a microbe into the entire body politique of a society, embeds itself within and controls itself within, from within, I should say, the entire body politique of a society. That's what all Leninists do. Mao did it until he decided in 1966, or even before 66, to turn on the party. But Deng Xiaoping, we all know this history, he set about to rebuild the party after 79, when he came to power. Jiang Zemin did subsequently under 89. Hu Jintao, I argue, continued to. Looking back, gosh, looking back on the Jiang Zemin and the Hu Jintao eras, these were really rather positive periods for China relative to what we've seen in the retrogression and repression of the last decade. But why? So Xi Jinping sees himself as sort of trying to save the institution. Not unlike Deng, not unlike Jiang. I'm not sure Hu Jintao had a real sense of needing to save the institution, but Zheng Qinghong certainly did. So there is some continuity in that aspect, but the tactics with which each of those individuals used are very, very different. The CCP under Xi has reached back to the Maoist, if not the Stalinist era, by constructing a massive personality cult around him. as we know. Maoist kind of rhetorical terminology, once again being used by Xi, like Zhu Xi for chairman, Ling Xiu for leader, He Xin for core, Da, the great helmsman, and others. You know, this is a real throwback to the Mao period. And of course, we have Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era, being enshrined in both the party and the state constitutions. Xi Jinping kitsch, you know, all over the society. Media is absolutely saturated with his every utterance and activity. His exhortations bombard the public on a daily basis through a ramped up propaganda apparatus under Wang Huning. Very interesting figure that we should talk a bit about today, I think. And he dominates, as we know, all the leading groups, and he's created new leading groups, and he's created new commissions, particularly since 2018 and the National People's Congress. There are a very important series of institutional reforms taken at the end of 2018, overhauling, in essence, the state council by embedding more party, Suzanne has spoken about this, embedding the party into more state council organs, and recreating these Stalinist Wei commissions above ministries. So we're back in many ways, the early 1950s in China, institutionally. Xi has put himself, of course, at the center and the top of these new institutions. He chairs all of them. And he has rolled back, as we know, all of the norms of leadership that Deng began to put in place throughout the 1980s, and they survived after '89. Collective decision-making, increased transparency of Politburo meetings, retirement norms, and so on. He's really rolled back 30 years of reforms in a variety of spheres, not just the political sphere, but also the economic sphere. He has reasserted state control over private sector. He doesn't trust the private sector. He doesn't understand, I would say, the private sector and markets. And his comments about housing and other things show this man really doesn't understand economics at all. And he doesn't trust anything that can't be controlled. He is a control freak about everything. So under his 10 years, very interesting, the state sector of the economy, when he took over in 2012, had shrunk, if I'm not mistaken, down to 24% of GDP in 2012. What is it today, 10 years later? It has doubled up to about 46%, I think is the last figure I saw. 10 years, a doubling of the role of the state sector. So SOEs now, and industrial policy and mercantilism all are the hallmarks of Xi Jinping's economic policies. Does he delegate any economic policies to the premier? No, he has emasculated completely Li Keqiang over the last 10 years, poor guy. He has closed China's doors, not opened them, or he, in great Leninist fashion, he claims he's opening them by closing them, you know. Call a deer a horse, I think the Chinese like to say. If you call a deer a horse enough times, it will be a horse. So he continues to kind of use some of these Dengist phrases, but in fact, he's moved in the opposite direction on the economy. He has made life much more difficult for foreign investment and corporations operating in China. As we all know, there's been a sweeping suppression of civil society, even before the NGO law. And as a result of the NGO law, you know, almost 90% of foreign NGOs have pulled out of China. He stepped up study of Marxism and ideological controls throughout the educational system, completely emasculated universities and professors and intellectuals again. And as has been said, he's had a never-ending series of xenophobic campaigns against so-called foreign hostile forces. I agree very much with what Justina said at the beginning about his securitization. I was going to use the same term. He has securitized everything. When he launched the National Security Commission in 2012 or 13, he had, I think, if I recall correctly, 11 categories of national security. Those have now grown up to, the last I saw last week was 16 or 18 categories of 国家安全. So everything has been securitized now. And that is a metric by which lower level cadres are also evaluated on an annual basis now. We know about the surveillance state. Kai Strittmatter is here somewhere. I haven't met Kai. I look forward to meeting. There he is. Read his book. It is fabulous on the surveillance. We have been harmonized is the title. It's just, there's a lot that's been written. There's another new book out by a couple Wall Street Journal reporters in this area, but we all know about the surveillance state. Mao and Orwell and Uncle Joe, Stalin would have given anything for the technology that Xi Jinping has harnessed in pursuit of control and surveillance. Xinjiang, Tibet, yes, we're all familiar with that, but there's been also continuing persecution of religions of all kinds in the country. This has just been a horrific 10 years, highly retrogressive and repressive. I don't have a lot of good things I can even search in my own mind to find that's happened in these 10 years in China. This has been really negative. These are actions, by the way, I would say, of a very insecure leader, not a secure leader, and of an insecure party, not a secure party. So yes, Xi Jinping, as an individual, he exudes security and confidence and calm, but underneath, I mean, this is a very, I think, profoundly insecure leader. So, has he succeeded in his goal of strengthening the party? Absolutely, he has. When he came to power, he saw many of the things we all saw. I saw those elements and wrote about it at the time in the party. Hu Jintao saw it. Zhang Qinghong saw them. Wang Huning even saw them. The party was atrophying, again, and it wasn't in danger of collapse. So I agree with Johnny there, but it was eroding, corroding. Various cancers had permeated it, and it needed some shock therapy, you might say. He felt. I myself would have followed Zhang Qinghong's lead, view this in positive sum, not zero-sum terms, continue to build on what Zhang Qinghong had done under the Jiang and the Hu periods, but not Xi Jinping. But is the party stronger 10 years on? Answer, yes. We have to say it is. But I would like to just conclude that I have to ask, I ask myself, and I think we should all ask, has this strengthening in the short term, you might say, not actually weakened the party in the long term? Has Xi Jinping not actually sown the seeds of its own eventual demise? Has he not made it more fragile, more brittle, more vulnerable? He is running the party like a military. It's like a robotic machine where everybody takes orders, yes, sir, and implements the orders. And if they are not implemented, we know the consequences. This is not a kind of party that Deng or Jiang or Hu or Zhang Qinghong or others spoke and wrote about, a party that had inter-party life, 党的生活 in Chinese, inter-party life, or inter-party democracy, or responsiveness and feedback mechanisms. 30 years they spent trying to make the CCP a responsive institution so it did not become sclerotic like the Soviet Communist Party. That was one of their major takeaways of the lengthy study of the Soviet collapse. Sclerosis had set in. So I would just like to end on that point. I think that Xi Jinping his actions have turned the Chinese Communist Party state back into a neo-totalitarian, and I don't use that word lightly, not authoritarian, I said totalitarian system. Neo, meaning new. Now, is this good for the CCP and for China? No, I think he has exposed many fragilities that may come back to haunt him. Now, I'm just going to steal 1 minute only to address the question, what do I see coming? Answer, more, I hate to say it, I'm a real downer today, but more of the same. More domestic repression, more external assertiveness, and possible aggression. Xi is not about to change course. We're not going to get a Khrushchevite 20th Party secret speech next week denouncing Uncle Joe. Xi Jinping is not going to change course. He's not a chameleon. He's not going to become more liberal and move in a more cooperative direction. What we've seen in the first decade is unfortunately what I think we can anticipate more of going forward. Not good. He and China may even become more brazen externally, further solidifying the de facto alliance with Russia. And there I have to slightly disagree with Suzanne. I don't see an opportunity to peel China away from Russia. We can talk about that subsequently. But I see that as a quite solid relationship, and as long as Putin is in power and Xi Jinping is in power, I think that's going to continue. We're going to see continued confrontation, not competition, confrontation with the United States, probing constantly and attempting to undermine Western resolve and American alliances in Asia as well as NATO, leveraging China's power against its Asian neighbors and Taiwan, and continuing to broaden China's military footprint worldwide. So all of this I see as actually very counterproductive to China's reputation and influence, which is already suffering. China, if you look at public opinion polls globally, except in the global south, but even there's been change. But China's standing in public opinion polls is the lowest in the post-Deng era. 88% of Americans right now have an unfavorable view of China, according to Pew. So I think China's likely to encounter increasing suspicions and pushback abroad. How is Xi Jinping going to respond? Well, if his behavior today tells us anything, he's going to be tone deaf. He doesn't listen. The Chinese have a term, buting. They hear, but they don't really listen. And he's just going to double down on his assertiveness rather than adjusting to more accommodating positions. So it's more difficult, I think, to anticipate his domestic, or the consequences, I should say, of his domestic rule. One near certainty is continued widespread suppression, surveillance, and illiberalism. Xi Jinping is ruthless, and he views, as I say, domestic politics in zero-sum fashion. He's very ideologically rigid and doctrinaire. What is less clear are the implications of the multiple negative trends in China's economy: slowing growth, ballooning debt loads, stagnant property sector, over-leveraged financial sector, and a continuing crackdown on big tech, rising unemployment, and other systemic problems associated with the middle-income trap. So thus far, Xi Jinping has shown no evidence that he understands, much less knows how to contain those economic challenges. So I think we're in for a rough ride, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, David. I prepared a whole list of points which I wanted to discuss after this, and now we have 10 minutes left, but I was not able, and I couldn't, and I think it would have been wrong to interrupt all four of you, because these are so interesting and important points that you have mentioned. But if I'm allowed to, 2 or 3 points which I want to still ask for your analysis and think. Yes, Justina, what?
I'm sorry, but I have to respond to the presentation given by Suzanne, because please forgive me, but I do not agree with almost 100% of the speech. Sorry for that. I would like to let me offer my understanding in 3 points when it comes to Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Russia's aggression against Ukraine and China's position on it, and Taiwan, if I may. So when it comes to the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, I think it's very, we should not compare it to the European Union. And I think that there are several common denominators when it comes to this organization. First of all, It is a grouping of countries that we could call as a global south, developing countries and not fully fledged democracies, let's say, put it in this way. Of course, India is a question mark when it comes to the to those two common denominator. And so I think it is a process that we can observe right now that China is trying to set up a group of countries, China's like-minded countries, non-democratic, developing, that China could and create some kind of friendship club when it comes to China. So I think it's pretty obvious when it comes to Shanghai Cooperation Organization. When it comes to the Russia's aggression against Ukraine and China's position, I think that we could say that China endorses Russia openly. And why I think so, and maybe because I'm from Poland, we are really afraid of Russia. Poland is a strategic partner of China, and I know right now that if Putin decides to invade Poland, we could not count on China in a sense that China will condemn Russia for invading Poland. China has not condemned Russia's aggression against Ukraine, and China has not endorsed Ukraine for its own fighting for its sovereignty, territorial integrity, and so on. What China is doing, China is not calling Ukraine as a country. China is using such expressions like Ukraine crisis, Ukraine problem, Wukalan Wenhi, Wukalan Weiji, Wukalan Wenhi, to be frank, is the most important. But it's calling about Russia and Russia's security. We should take into account a security consideration of Russia. So I think China is parroting Russia's propaganda and disinformation, including this kind of sentences that there are some kind of US laboratories of biological weapons in Ukraine. So this is and Russia and China also does not use expression "zhanzheng" as a war or invasion. So I think it's pretty obvious that China endorses Russia in a very open manner, and it is alignment. And please have a look at what is written in the joint communique that was published in Beijing during Putin's visit to China, the 4th of October. And the last point, when it comes to Taiwan, I think that we should have a look at Ukraine and Taiwan as a one theater because of the Russia-China alignment. And I think that we should not look at China's red lines, because China could every day say a new red lines. We should not just try to look at what China is thinking about. And when it comes to the possible declaration of the independence of Taiwan, I would like to pay attention to what China is doing right now. China is changing the definition of the status quo. So whatever Taiwan does right now, it's a kind of going to the declaration of the independence. So China is changing its definition of the status quo. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Justina. But one question: did Xi Jinping, was that not also a huge miscalculation, looking on Russia's aggression war on the Ukraine, similar to miscalculation what also a miscalculation of Putin was? Isn't Xi Jinping not under pressure now that he miscalculated this whole situation?
Well, I think that probably, because I don't know what Putin told Xi Jinping in February, but probably Putin convinced Xi Jinping that it would be a 3 days war, as it was assumed at the very beginning, because Russia is so powerful, military, a superpower, and so on. And I think in that sense, probably Xi Jinping is really surprised with what is going on right now. But I think that, I would say in this way, what is going on in Ukraine right now is really detrimental when it comes to China, but China's endorsement of Russia is rational from the Xi Jinping's point of view, because Russia is the only one real ally, authoritarian, totalitarian ally, and Xi Jinping is really afraid of the fact that we are observing the united West, united democratic world, which is really, let's say, very with a very negative assessment of China. So it is detrimental for China, but it's rational from Xi Jinping's point of view. And I do not think that there would be any change in China's position towards Russia, because it's mostly anti-Americanism. It is a survival of the authoritarian, or Professor Chambaud said, totalitarian system. So this is this is the glue that sticks China and Russia together.
Susanne, there must be a reply on this. Maybe connected with the question, we know that Beijing is looking at this whole Russian-Ukrainian war, but was it also a miscalculation, not only by Putin, but also on Xi Jinping, how the Western countries really stick together on this? For one example, it was a unity, and this is maybe the fear also of Xi Jinping concerning Taiwan, that there might be also that the Western countries are more united than what Putin and Xi Jinping expected?
Yes, thank you for giving the word to me, and I'm grateful to my colleague from Poland to voice her opinion on this issue, because I think this is something we actually need to discuss very intensively. And as the public in Europe is not well informed on what China is actually trying to produce in terms of attitude towards the Ukraine war, I think it is very important that we talk about this in more detail. So first of all, I would totally agree with you that there is one thing that is actually gluing China and Russia together, which is the idea that the international world order needs to be changed, which implies that China sees the US declining as much as Russia sees the US declining, and they want to replace a US-dominated world order by some kind of other world order. I think there is a certain difference in terminology between China and Russia and how they envisage this upcoming world order to be. In this respect, they are glued together. But there is a lot of risk for China, very concretely, in siding with the Russian side, as much as you think they are doing. First of all, there is a big problem with regard to the fact that, of course, China is very much afraid of being sanctioned as soon as the US and other allies of the US actually can definitely point out to China, not only in words, but also in deeds, supporting Russia. And why is China extremely afraid of this? Because China is in a very difficult economic situation. We already heard about this. And China doesn't want to run the risk to be sanctioned, because they say very openly that as China is much more integrated into the global economic system as Russia, the sanctions that China would be hit by would have a devastating impact on the economy. And if you have an economy that is running even lower than what it is doing at this moment, Mr. Li Keqiang already told us that this is going to lead to major upheavals in China, because the unemployment rate is going to go up intensively. So you said, China is not happy about the Ukraine war. I totally agree. It is not happy about the Ukraine war. And maybe you forget that China has a contract with Ukraine. And whenever China talks about Ukraine, it uses the terminology from this contract. And the very, very core issue of this contract is safeguarding the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. And if Ukraine is met by a nuclear attack, China needs to step in. So this is what you can read in the contract. And this contract was signed by Mr. Xi Jinping personally. And I think we need to look into those contracts, because China is quoting indirectly from this contract every time China talks about Ukraine. I don't agree that you think that China is already not regarding Ukraine as a sovereign country. China is actually also sending humanitarian aid to Ukraine. China is still having official government-to-government contacts with Ukraine, and I think they couldn't have this if they regarded Ukraine as a non-existing country. Finally, just a few words about SCO. I will end in a minute. I'm not saying, that SCO is a wonderful example of how the EU should be organized. No, I was trying to tell you, be careful. Look at this organization. It is growing. Despite the fact that we think maybe it's not the best way to grow, it is growing. And there is a strategy behind this organization that most of us tend to overlook. I'm not saying more than this, and I hope that this reached you, because you are EU people and you have to know about what is happening in this organization. This is the only thing I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, I was allowed to extend by 5 minutes. Now I have 3 more minutes left, but I want to give at least the words to Johnny and David also. One last question. I mean, what you were describing, what all of you were describing, it sounds like these 10 years, Xi Jinping had a clear plan, a clear strategy. It sounds like that he has written and talked about it 10 years ago, and now he's just doing it what he said 10 years ago. But I think there was one miscalculation. We talked about the Ukrainian conflict, and the second miscalculation, I think, is the zero COVID strategy. It seems like he's obsessively adherents to this strategy, which seems rationally, economically just crazy. How would you describe this? What is this political, the political goal in this crazy obsessive strategy he's still following? Maybe just one word from you, David, and the very last word from you, Jonathan.
Well, I think it's another example of him being a control freak. He didn't anticipate the pandemic, no, but he used it to dominate on his control and surveillance. It gave him and the public security apparatus a tremendous opportunity to tighten up the loose bits in the system and to practice lockdowns instead of simply having a lockdown in advance of a parade in Beijing or in advance of a party congress or some event at the national level. This was a great opportunity he saw it, for the public security system to lock down the entire society if need be. So I guess that's how I view it. I would also, just in my own mind, I've been wondering, when these systems unravel, they're triggered usually by something. We all wonder whether the protests in Iran right now from women might be the unraveling of that regime. We wonder, at least I do, whether the mobilization of the 300,000 conscripts in Russia might be the unraveling of the Putin regime. One can wonder whether the lockdown, the strict COVID obsessive, lockdowns of COVID, what it did to the psychology of the population, not just in Shanghai, but dozens of cities across the country, is something might have just snapped in people's sense of legitimacy with the regime. And you can't measure that, especially because you can't do surveys and go in and talk to Chinese about their views of the impact of COVID lockdowns and other issues. I'm not saying that's going to bring down the regime, but it's an element of his obsessiveness with control, but it also might be an element of his undoing.
Johnny, how far can Xi Jinping go with his obsessiveness and his control freakishness?
Yeah, that's a very good question, because what we didn't talk about, we talked about a lot about what Xi Jinping's plan are, what's he doing, how did he do it, and so on. We didn't speak up to now, maybe it's the afternoon, about the costs of what he did, and to what extent are these costs getting so terrible that it will be a big problem. It's not only the pandemic. It is a lot of other things. It's the economic going down, it's the losing of allies, and it's the question of having no successor, putting up a policy structure with no successor. So how long can he go with that? So despite all his wonderful ideas and his beautiful thing and the way how he uses pandemics and so to control people and do the best of it, the question is, he's 69 years old. We see the leadership of China is getting older and older. The collectiveness is away. It's a one-man rule. And as we know from all the history, that doesn't lead to a long time. It's just a question of time. So we have to get very conscious and very careful to see what are the costs and where are the costs going and what are the development of these costs. But maybe that's another item that we can do in the afternoon, which will be continuing discussion. The costs get big, and you said that the overall opinion in the world is turning very quickly, and we experience every day how quickly it's turning. So that's something that the Chinese also have to take into mind, especially Mr. Xi.
Thank you very much. 7 minutes extension, I think it's okay. Yeah, a lot of topics we still want to discuss. I will hand over the microphone to my great already mentioned colleague Kai. But before that, we have lunch break, right?
Right. And those of you that want to continue participating in the conference after the lunch break should be at the entrance on the Place Lux side, if you don't have your own badge, by 12:45, and don't lose the blue badges that you got for today. And we will start with the next panel that will be moderated by Kai Stickmatter at 1 o'clock. Enjoy the lunch break.
Wir sind nicht hier, wir haben kein Lunch hier.
Ja, wir dürfen, glaube ich, nicht hier, aber das ist für Parlamentarier.
Okay, na dann gehen wir Lunch break, okay?
We did well, covering so many topics, but I had so many more questions prepared.
So we came in on time, that was the main thing.
Am Mittwoch jedenfalls ab 8.
Nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you too.
Ja. So, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a pleasant lunchtime, and we would now continue with the program. And the moderator or leader of the next panel is the very Kai Strittmatter that has been applauded by David Shambaugh in his remarks. So please take over.
Der hier? Ja, am besten. Und Alicia?
Alicia, where's Alicia?
She's late.
Well, that's not new.
I know why she's late, but I'm not going to tell you. No, but she's coming.
She's coming? So you give her a slot at the end.
Yes, so one of our panelists will be coming a little bit later. Thanks a lot, Reinhard Bütikofer, for having us here, and it's really a pleasure. I know, I mean, it's custom to say this word, but this is really an amazing panel, and I only am here also after, you know, because I saw what kind of people will be sitting here. Some colleagues of mine we've been together in Beijing at the same time, and well, I'll introduce the people individually, like in a minute. Just 2 or 3 sentences as introductory remarks. I mean, it's amazing. It's been 10 years now, 10 years already. What a ride. I still remember I came back from Istanbul in 2012, in the summer of 2012 to Beijing. It was like my second stint in Beijing. And I had no idea what to expect. And I dare say nobody had. Nobody really was expecting what was going to happen after this. Not the optimists and not the pessimists. And I hear the argument often, you know, that so many people thought Xi Jinping would be a reformer. But to tell you the truth, that was not my impression back then. Most of the people I spoke with were very skeptical right from the beginning, even though nobody knew anything about this guy. And everybody was surprised. Everybody was shocked by his sort of, you know, power, strategic intelligence, sort of. You know, Chinese intellectuals always, you know, sometimes love to make fun of Xi Jinping and say he's not a very intelligent person. But maybe that's not really what counts. His intelligence in terms of power play and power games is just incredible. And the way he sort of cleansed the party, brought back discipline to the party. After really what felt for me in the summer of 2012, a country, there was a feeling of crisis everywhere, inside the party, inside society, in the country. And it was really a kind of fin de siècle feeling somehow. You know, the 3 sentences that I heard most back then was, 没有安全感, there's no feeling of security for nobody. 没有道德, there's no morality nowhere. And 没有信任, nobody trusts anybody. Nobody trusts the party, nobody trusts the state. So Xi Jinping takes over, and then here we are 10 years later, and it's a brand new China. It's really a new creature. And I know some people have woken up to this perception, but I'm always, every time again, surprised how many people still haven't. It's really very important to, you know, realize the nature of this regime, and the nature of this regime has clearly changed. China was always a dictatorship, even though there were times, you know, when our business was so good with this country that we didn't dare call it a dictatorship because it sounds quite yucky, and who wants to make business with a dictatorship? So we were going for other words like authoritarian, whatever. It was always a dictatorship, but now, as David already has said, it's a totalitarian regime again. And it's a brand new kind of totalitarianism. It's a smart totalitarianism. You know, it's one that tries to balance, on the one hand, thought control and repression with, on the other hand, economic growth and a feeling of, you know, give the people something to play also. consumption, I mean, the consumer society in China that I witnessed there sometimes even surpassed the one in America, to my point. And that's all part and parcel of this, you know, keep the people busy and keep them controlled. Also, at the same time, we're confronting a government that sees itself in systemic competition and rivalry with the West, and actually one has spelled out that very fact much earlier than we did on our side. You know, it was there for everybody to read in party journals in 2014, 2015 already. So here we are, 10 years later. So many surprises in those 10 years. More to come. That's what we're going to talk about. We have a lot of economic knowledge here on the panel. And first, let me introduce my panelists. So on the very right, we have Alicia Garcia Herrero. She's the chief economist for, now, how do I pronounce the company? Natixis, Asia Pacific, Natixis, and a senior fellow for Bruegel. And she was amazing yesterday when we all met in Berlin already, and she had some very enlightening and sometimes even shocking things to say, and I hope you will repeat some of them today on this panel. Then we have Lucy Hornby, who is really also one of the most knowledgeable who used to be one of the most knowledgeable China correspondents. She used to work for Financial Times, Reuters, and who else? Dow Jones?
Yes.
And I have to say, as I'm no trained economist, and I was the only guy for my newspaper back then in China, very often, like Lucy's articles actually were my go-to sort of source of knowledge and understanding what was going on the economic side. Then we have with us, I hope so, Richard McGregor. Can you hear us, Richard? So Richard, also a veteran China journalist, also kind of legend for some people, and he's also been working for the Financial Times, bureau chief in Beijing for many years. He's in Australia now working for the Lowy Institute. He told me when we spoke on the phone that he's doing a lot of travel around the South Pacific now and to Southeast Asia to explain China there from an Australian perspective. And most importantly, probably many people know him from his books, especially the one he wrote in 2010, which really was a groundbreaking one back then. It was a book just called The Party. And then we have a very prominent member of the German think tank community here, Mikko Huatari, who is the director of Merrick's Institute. Merrick's Institute that really changed the landscape of, I would say, you know, China research, China thinking, and also public communication about China in Germany and also in Europe. We're very happy that Mikko is here. He swapped places. Probably some of you still have Janka Oertel on your program. She was supposed to be here to talk about climate change, but we just swapped panels. There's going to be probably a lot of talk about economy in the next couple of minutes. We have, I think, 75 minutes altogether. But I would actually like to start with Lucy, and we agreed, even though Lucy is most knowledgeable also on the economic stuff and on economic analysis for China, that I'm very happy that she agreed to speak a little bit about the young generation and the young people. I mean, what's been happening there? I mean, this is something, you know, why many of us fell in love with this country, right? The vitality of this country and the curiosity of the people, and lots of them, of course, were the young ones. And the young ones nowadays, I don't know, the ones who are just in the beginning of their 20s, you can say they have never actually consciously lived under, you know, another leader than Xi Jinping. So what for us is a huge change, for them, it's just the new normal, right? I mean, Lucy, I'm handing it over to you, please.
Okay. Do I push this? Hi. So I was very nervous about this talk. Thank you, Kai, for 3 reasons. The first is that when you're asked to talk about young people, it's usually a very sure sign that you yourself are no longer young. So thank you very much, Kai, for that. The second reason is, of course, if you think of young people as in China of being the 90后, the after 90s generation, so people who are younger than 32 years old. Between 22 and 32 years old, that's 168 million people. And then you add in the number of people over the age of 18, and you get to easily 200 million individuals. So it's kind of hard to encapsulate 200 million individuals into a 5 to 10 minute description. And of course, everybody is here is so knowledgeable, so please forgive me if I say anything already. But, you know, a way that I like to think about China is that China, you know, it's so big, we all know that, 1.4 billion, but that means it's 3 Europes, right? 3 Europes worth of people. And so you can think of these 3 Europes as, you know, one Europe is the Europe of people who've really benefited tremendously from the reform period. Mostly their parents would be government officials, intellectuals, white-collar workers, workers for foreign enterprises. And they have benefited so much that they now have a lifestyle that is basically recognizable to anybody in Europe, right? Some are very, very rich. Some live more modestly, but all of them own one apartment and maybe many more. All of them can buy a car if they want to, and all of them can travel overseas or could, you know, before COVID and all that. So that's 1 Europe worth of Chinese people. And the second Europe worth of Chinese people are people who are still very much aspiring to succeed. Many of them are migrant workers. They came from the countryside. They found jobs in the cities or in factories. But they were not permitted to be citizens of those cities. They were not permitted to buy homes. They were not permitted to educate their children in those cities. And so effectively, they're still not citizens in the cities of their own country. And for those people, the promise of the reform era has not been realized yet. You know, they still aspire to that lifestyle, but they don't have it. And then the third Europe worth of people in China are the people who will never be rich. They're disproportionately rural, they're disproportionately older, and especially with the economy stagnating, that promise of upward mobility isn't happening. So when I talk about young people, I'd like to divide them into those 3 cohorts and just share a few observations that I made from traveling in China. So starting with the poorest cohort, you know, disproportionately, there are fewer young people in this cohort. But those that are often grew up in circumstances where they didn't have necessarily a lot of contact with their parents. Often their parents were away. If they went to a high school level school, it's probably a VOTEC school, vocational school of some description. And their way up is, they are the people who are now coming to work in factories. They are the people who are joining the army to try to get ahead. If they work in agriculture, contrary to our image of reform period, they are probably not working on small family plots. They are almost certainly working as employees of commercial agricultural enterprises or of state-owned agricultural enterprises. Most of them are under considerable financial pressure and possibly considerable family debt as well. So they bear a pretty large burden. Then moving on to the middle cohort, they are probably the children of migrants, and they may even be a second generation of migrants themselves. But because of the restrictions of the migrants settling in the big cities where the best jobs are, they have probably settled or even bought apartments in secondary cities or in township and county seats. They are likely to have been married by their mid-20s. They're likely to be starting families already. They're very likely to have more than 1 child. They're likely to own their own home, but their career prospects are probably pretty limited because the best path to success is not to be found in the places where they are required to live. Socially, they're pretty conservative, and sort of they're very focused on their region and on their extended family. They tend to be very clear-eyed about China's conditions. You know, if you come and ask them about an economics question, you get a good answer, that's for sure. And often their frustrations can really boil out online, although they can be very nationalist as well. And then finally, the highest income cohort, and I suspect that the question was really about them, but I like to talk about the others as well. So the highest income cohort of this 3 Europe's worth of people in China, these are the people who were born after 1990. They have no memory of China being poor, and they have no memory of their own families being poor. So they grew up in a great deal of comfort. They are almost certainly college educated, although the quality of that college may have varied. They grew up through a very, very competitive academic system, and they now face a very, very competitive career system. So those who are ambitious, who want to get ahead, they join the party. For this group, not being ambitious, trying to taking it easy or checking out of the rat, what they call lying flat in Chinese, that's a form of rebellion, right? To not buy into this very pressured career system. They generally spend pretty freely because they've never grown up under straitened circumstances. They do nearly all their shopping, all their banking, and a lot of their socializing and entertainment through their mobile phones. They think a lot about their lifestyle, which can express itself in a materialistic way, but can also express itself in, concerns for the environment, for instance, concern for Me Too. So they think a lot about how their lives ought to be. They tend to marry later. Almost all of them are only children, and although they have the right to have more children, often they don't, because they find it so incredibly stressful to be parents. There's a huge amount of pressure in Chinese society from the people around you, from the society itself, from the media, on how to parent perfectly. And people find that extremely stressful. And I can attest to that, having had 2 children in China, and I just would ignore all that, and Chinese would be like, oh, don't you have to meet these conditions? So there's a lot of stress on this class of people, a lot of pressure. Usually they've been overseas at least once. So for either study or for a trip, maybe even just a small cruise into international waters, but they've done it. And often they are not impressed. So they look at the West and they see infrastructure that is old and dirty. The buildings are old, the mobile payment systems are slow and cumbersome, and the service, in their opinion, is slow and expensive. And they are very, very sensitive to any hostility they might encounter against China or against Chinese. And as a result, they're very impatient with any Western criticism, and probably with this panel as well. Their lived experience is that China is doing very well, and that therefore criticism is malicious sour grapes. They may or may not agree with the Chinese Communist Party, for instance, the COVID policy. But I do think that they tend to agree that China has the right to be strong and be respected in the world. And so they tend to agree with the Communist Party when it says that the US, Japan, and Europe don't want China to succeed. So to wrap up, where are we now? I think that for the first time in over a century, you have a class of Chinese opinion makers who are not defining themselves in terms of catching up to somebody else. So those of you who studied China, there was the idea of catching up with Japan, and then there was, under the communists, we have to do what the big brother Soviet Union wants. And then there was America, we can live like America. So for the first time, you don't have that, right? You have a group of people who need to define for themselves what it means to be Chinese, often to do so under very difficult circumstances in terms of social pressure, let alone the political circumstance. And I think it's important that if people in Europe or in the US want to find a listening ear among this population, that they have to respect their desire that any comments about China be fair and be plausible. They don't have to agree, but they have to find them fair. And that is what I hope we will have on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. That was fascinating. Can I ask one follow-up question? I mean, there's been a lot of reports. I mean, I myself sort of started noticing that, how different they were from the generations before. You mentioned the fact that, the generations before experienced a poor China themselves and maybe poor families themselves, but they also experienced, some of them, when they were there in '89, they experienced sort of some of the sins of the Communist Party, which made a lot of them automatically very skeptical. And so there are some reports now saying that this new generation is much more susceptible to Communist Party propaganda, nationalism. Would you call them more nationalist than the ones before?
So I've never met a Chinese who is not nationalist. But I don't think that that means that people are stupid. And I don't think it means that they don't see very clearly the flaws in their system. You know, which part of that system is a flaw may differ from our experience. And I think that this, you know, relative stagnation in social mobility also means that, you know, you have a group of people who, you know, may find when you talk about, say, a reform to allow to move to the city, they may find that to be either irrelevant to them or actually threaten to their privileged position. Yeah. So, you know, I think that, you know, we tend to equate reformism with liberalism, with pluralism. I don't think that equation never necessarily works in China.
Thank you. All right, then to Richard McGregor. You can hear me, right? Are you ready? I mentioned his book, The Party, and that was so, for many people, so groundbreaking because suddenly it made something visible that many people had forgotten about, that actually Communist China had a Communist Party, you know, those were the times. And there's this great quote that stayed for me over the 10 years since I've read the book, where Richard quotes, I think it's one university professor, where he says, you know, the party is like God, you know, it's always there, you just don't see it. That obviously has changed, Richard, right? You see it, it's very visible now, and you see it everywhere.
Yes, that's certainly one thing that's changed. The party is very visible in a way that it wasn't a decade ago. Anyway, Kai, look, thanks for having me. Thanks for the organizers. My voice is a bit croaky. I hope it doesn't sound like a bioweapon. I want to, so I'm just going to turn myself down. I don't get, yes. And I certainly will not be talking about young people in any form at all, as I'd make a fool of myself. So what I'll do, Kai, is what we spoke about on the phone the other day. I'll give you, I think, an overview of the big trends of the Xi Jinping era. I'll try and tie that to the party congress. And I know you have a panel coming up on foreign policy, but I might cheat if I have time at the end and just make a few quick remarks about foreign policy. So first of all, the Xi Jinping era. Let me just give that to you in headlines. We've gone from collective leadership to one-man rule, term limits to leader for life, meritocracy to loyalty, the private sector to the state sector, wealth to common prosperity, globalization to technological independence, and US-China coexistence to US-China confrontation. Now, none of those trends is absolute. I mean, in particular, common prosperity, you know, the return to socialism, if you like, has yet to be fleshed out, and it faces great challenges in China, as it does in all capitalist societies, if you like. We all know there's a very strong sentiment in the bureaucracy in China to any form of welfare. I think the private sector in China is far from dead. I don't doubt that Xi Jinping has cracked down on aspects of it, but it's both a point of tension and a point of dynamism, because the party state really cannot survive without a vigorous party private sector. But I think those headlines are a fair general description of the big trends. I guess the question which faces us then is, will the party congress have any impact on that trajectory? And one way of calibrating that is to look at appointments and the manner of appointments. Now, in assessing that, I don't think the factional model has much use, if it ever did. And the basic argument that people look at before the party congress is, will Xi Jinping follow the rules of the road about top-level appointments, which are mainly clustered around age and term limits, age limits. Now, I might say it's quite remarkable that even now, it's a good idea of how opaque the system is and how much we are flying blind, is that one of the prime analytical tools for the party Congress is checking everybody's birthdays. But still, it's important because it does actually have an actual impact in the system. Now, with Xi in charge himself, Xi having dispensed with the rules in early 2018 on term limits, does that mean he dispenses with other rules? Now, it is important in this respect. Look at some of the major personnel changes coming up. The two top foreign policy makers in China, Yang Jiechi, Wang Yi, they are 73 and 68. In theory, they should be retiring, but that's 25 years of top-level foreign policy experience. You simply throw that out on the basis of age. The top economic advisor is Liu He. He is 70. Do you simply get rid of him on the basis of age? So what do I think about that, or what do I think Xi's view about that is? I think he will broadly stick with the rules, but I think there's flexibility at the margins. And when I think about how these sort of intra-party rules apply these days, I'm going to cite an odd place for inspiration, and that's the movie called Pirates of the Caribbean. There's one scene in Pirates of the Caribbean with Captain Hector Barbossa, who's the bad-tempered pirate on the ship, and he's about to throw somebody off of the ship at one stage, and the woman says to him, "You can't do that. That's a breach of the Pirates Code." And he comes back to her and says, "Well, you know, the Pirates Code, it's not so much rules as guidelines." And I think that's what all these rules are for Xi these days. It's guidelines. I think the other point about trying to assess appointments and the manner of appointments is do we really care? If we've all bought into the idea that Xi Jinping is all powerful, then aren't all the people appointed under him simply ciphers for Xi, simply advisors to him at the court and the like? Let me give you one example. The Premier Li Keqiang, widely considered to have been sidelined in the past 10 years. That's basically true, I guess. I think it's probably a little bit overdone. But we had an occasion a few months ago where he traveled, I think after the sort of summer retreat at Beidaihe, Xi Jinping went to the northeast, the old Rust Belt in theory, and Li Keqiang went to Shenzhen, in theory the cradle of market reform. He visited a couple of statues of Deng Xiaoping. Nobody was wearing a mask. He made some of those sort of very pregnant statements in Chinese. The Yellow River and the Yangtze River will never flow backwards. And this was portrayed as a kind of, a new split power struggle between Xi and Li. Whereas to me, Li's trip, his statements, the way it was played up, it really was quite discordant, because it was really ran against the temper of the times in recent years of an all-powerful party secretary. Now, what are we going to look for out of the party Congress? I think the appointment of the Premier and the Executive Vice Premier is still very important because the economy is the biggest problem in China right now, particularly with COVID-0. We will look for any signs about any easing of the COVID-0 policy, except for me, that's not on the horizon right now. I don't think Xi can simply flick a switch, because despite all the problems with it, I suspect it's still broadly popular, because most people in China have bought into the party's propaganda that the policy is a great success compared to the chaos in those, democracies like the US and the UK. I would also be looking for any sign of a tactical dialing down of wolf warrior diplomacy. I don't think China is isolated in the world, but it's becoming increasingly isolated in the developed world. And we've seen a crash in public opinion across the board. And I suspect some people see a need to address that. It's not a normalization of relations with the West, but it's a stabilization, if you like. So briefly on that point, I know we haven't got too much time. Just on the foreign policy issues, I think I asked Kai if I could say this, and I'm sure he gave me permission. I just want to give you a sense of what I think will be China's foreign policy priorities immediately after the party congress. I think at the top level, you will see some attempt to placate or take care of what we might call the aggrieved nations, Iran, Pakistan, North Korea, and the like. And most important of all, and most difficult of all, is Russia. I think when Mr. Putin recently said that Xi might have had questions and concerns about the Ukraine war, well, obviously Xi Jinping's chief concern about the Ukraine war is that Russia had messed it up completely and hadn't secured a quick victory. You know, destabilization in energy markets and in farm goods markets is extremely damaging for China. I think second diplomatic priority is the global south, which is a strength for China, and also Southeast Asia, which is sort of part of the global south, partly not. But in other words, to consolidate areas where China has been doing well and is quite strong. And I guess the third area is what we might call swing states, which is including where you are. You know, the Frances, the Germanys, and the like, India as well. And I think China's objective there is not so much to get much closer or attempt to rebuild the types of relationships that China had with those countries previously, but to stop those countries getting too close to the United States. So it's a kind of defensive application, if you like. So that's my view of the party congress. You know, I don't think, you know, we don't know what's going to happen. You have to be very humble about Chinese politics. But, you know, I think the day before the party congress, the day after the party congress, it's very hard to see anything different in the top leadership of the party. And in that case, it's very difficult to see any drastic change in policy. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Richard. We'll come back to some of the points in the discussion then later. And now I want to invite Alithia. And this morning, David Shambaugh, he said a sentence, he said like, Xi Jinping doesn't have a clue about economy. He doesn't know a thing about the economy, implying that this is also what's weakening China. Do you agree with that? And what's your assessment? What's going to happen at the party congress?
Well, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. I'm a bit far from the mic, but I can't touch that. So that's fine. Okay. So first of all, I don't know how much Xi Jinping knows about the economy. I have no idea. But I would say that China's economic decline would have happened anyway. The problem is at what speed. And in my humble opinion, he certainly accelerated that structural economic slowdown. So what I'm going to do today is to talk about three things. First, something that might be contentious, but I don't think China is a declining economic power, and I'm going to explain why. Second, ironically, although one could argue if we're really China bashers, or some might feel we are, that could be a good thing. But I'm going to argue that it's not a good thing because it creates different dynamics that are actually probably as dangerous as an ever-rising economic power for us. And the third thing is what we can do about it. So starting with the easiest, because I do think there's a lot of evidence by now that China is a declining economic power, although we don't hear it as loud and clear. Let me give you a few reasons. Oh, first of all, China is a declining economic power because of domestic reasons, not because of the US. Here are the facts. So when I'm a humble economist, not a sinologist, so I'm going to, basically drive you through what determines economic growth. And many of you surely know this, but this is about demographics. So you can tell that by now, especially since COVID, we are at levels of Japan. So basically, China is going to detract about a percentage point of growth every year, very, very soon, because of the way the demographics work. And that's a lot. That's Japan. Second thing is deceleration of labor productivity, which some people actually don't realize because we think China is so dynamic. Yes, maybe partially in some areas, very dynamic in every area, as data on labor productivity show. And that's the key. In fact, labor productivity is more important for China's future growth than demographics. That's the core of the thing. Can China continue to be so productive? And the answer is, what we see so far is not really, increasingly less productive. There are reasons for that. One obvious reason is that the return on capital, which is humongous still today, I mean, we still have an investment to GDP that basically doesn't go down no matter what we do. We can, throw stones on it and let people consume, but people do not want to consume. Guess why? They're worried. And COVID hasn't really helped, I have to say. So in that regard, you still have massive investment whose return is increasingly low. And that's part of the growth equation, a humongous part for China because investment is so important. So there you go, any factor of production, as we say, including total factor productivity, which is kind of the residual, what we don't understand. So, I mean, there's a lot of evidence of Scott Russell, for example, this very invisible China. I mean, it's very obvious that we can't just think that because China has a lot of engineers, everybody's human capital is very high in China. Actually, that's not very clear based on evidence. And then the return on R&D, which, yes, has increased. So R&D, research and development to GDP in China now equates that of Europe, 2.2% of GDP. And that sounds very good. South Korea is 4. I mean, for the size of China and its income inequality and the issues that it has, regional issues, disparities, it's actually not so high. And most importantly, 2/3 of this R&D comes from state-owned enterprises or the state. So think about the productivity of that. And in fact, the data doesn't show an increase in total factor productivity because of all of these reasons. And the most important one now, which is debt, and I come to that, I don't think China's growth will be, more than, say, 2% by 2030. And that means that China will not converge with the US very soon. So that's why I'm saying China is at the pinnacle of its economic strength. But I'm going then to deny that in a minute, because I think you can still be very strong even if your growth decelerates. And that's, I think, what China is getting ready for. Just a warning signal that debt in China today is getting close to 3%, 300% of GDP. So if we worry about our debt, China should be worrying about its debt. Yeah, a public debt, if you put state-owned enterprise, it's very hard to calculate, by the way, because we don't have the data, but it could hover around 180% public debt. And that means that China, if we compare China to Japan, when Japan had the income per capita of China, about $12,000 or so per capita, China has 3 times as much public debt. That's it. Is that debt unstable crisis? No, because it's held, I mean, it's basically household savings. But the point is, it doesn't help grow. That's the experience of Japan. Debt gets on your shoulders. It makes you less productive. And that's basically what is going to happen to China. So 2% by 2030 is actually a nice estimate, in my view. So once we've gone through the decline in economic power, I'm going to argue that, yes, maybe it may look
as a big problem for China, but China has already figured this thing out. So maybe Xi Jinping is a better economist than we think, because I think he's finding his way through this reality, which is the following. So China's economic power for us for many years had meant export markets. We export on. Now think about it. The less China grows, the less that market will be for us, because that's basically the export channel. But it also means that China will be increasingly eager to export itself out of that increasingly shrinking domestic demand. And that's exactly what China is doing. But it's not only about volume or value of exports, which indeed are increasing. We just have to see the numbers. For Europe, it's mind-boggling. It's like 50% increase since COVID. It's about what I call the strategic dependence that China embedded in its exports that makes a difference. It's about acquiring the economies of scale to be big enough for everybody to depend on your exports. It's not about the volume of exports. And I think that's the trick of remaining in power, in economic power, even if your size doesn't grow as much as before, or you might not even converge with the US. That strategic dependence that the world will have on you and on a specific sector. Some didn't go well, by the way, 5G. I mean, we thought we would all depend on China's 5G, and we're not there. Semiconductors, I mean, 150 billion in 2 big funds. It's not a small amount. And China has barely made it to become a larger, basically, assembler, but certainly not a fab, let alone design. So China has spent a lot, but it has not yet made it in that sector. It might, but it hasn't yet. And it's been a while, since 2015, basically, the first fund. Then we have where I think China is making it, to be frank, everything from components of EV batteries to solar panels to wind turbines. I think there you can see the numbers by now. In the European Union, 70+% of imports of solar panels come from China. So that's what I call the strategic dependence. And that's what we need to focus on. And it's not only about us, our market. So basically the shift is from focusing on China's market, we should start focusing on our market, what that economic decline with strategic dependence means for our markets, but also for third markets, because we happen to be a major exporter in the world. That's what Europe is, has always been. So it's not only about us, but also our third markets. How are we going to compete in third markets? And that's where I fully agree with the idea that, I think it was Susan, that foreign policy becomes essential because it comes together with this decline in economic power, but still, trying to find ways to clinch the world to you. And somebody said something like China is no longer contributing to growth, but is embodying growth. I think John, I think, said that. I agree, because you don't need to be so big, but you need the world to depend on you rather than, on your demand. It's on somebody else's demand. That's the game. And I think that's a very important thing for us to understand. So I move very quickly to what we can do, if at all. And I guess we need to think strategically about bottlenecks. And I know that at the European Parliament, there's a lot of work being done, and elsewhere at the European Commission. And we focus on products, 100 products, you name it, very, very nitty-gritty work. But I think we need to focus on value chains, on the channels. I mean, what's the choking point, rather than necessarily the number of products? Because I know, vitamin B2, magnesium, yeah, but what is it for? Is it creating a bottleneck that we cannot move out of? And I think that's the key. So we need input-output data. We need really very thorough analysis of not only the final product, but the chain. And also, in our trade policy, understand that China is playing this game already. This is the global south. It's actually controlling the resources that will not only be decoupling from China, will not solve the problem, because anywhere else we go, China is there. So the game is no longer in China. That's what I'm trying to say. And rightly so, because it's a decline in economic power, which doesn't mean China will not be hegemonic, because the game is elsewhere. So So we need to think of our bottlenecks, but also if we can find solutions, where is that country and what is that country doing and what is China's influence in that country? So we need to go very far compared to just look at China. And the link with foreign policy, which for us is so hard in Europe because, of the way we are set up. I think we need to think much more into foreign policy and economic policy together. And I want to end by saying that this is kind of an economic war of attrition that we are in. And it's all based on the fact that, and this brings me to the idea that is Xi Jinping, somebody said, not a very confident leader. Of course, I wouldn't be confident either because I'm in economic decline. I wish I were Deng Xiaoping because, what I have in front of me is so much harder, yeah? I need to find these strategic interdependencies that make me strong, even knowing that I will not be as strong. And I think that's where China is. So we need to kind of think it through and think about this economic war of attrition, how we can find allies beyond the West to get those resources that will become the bottlenecks in the future for us to continue to do our, to move with our green transition and also to upgrade our industry. So that's all from my side.
Wow, I'm a little speechless now, but a lot for the discussion later. I'm going to go straight to Mikko. And you said you were going to talk a little bit about how important actually economic success as a paradigm for his sort of leadership success is and what other factors there might be.
Thank you, Kai, and thanks everyone for the invitation. Thank you, Reinhard. It's an absolute pleasure to be on this panel. Here I can build, I think, very well on what Alicia has said right now. I think we have to start from a picture where economic stress and a slow China are the baseline of our paradigm through which we look at what is happening in the coming months and years. And there's a lot to say on the details of that, and I actually expected that most colleagues would focus on that, but they did not, so I will also not. It's extremely important for us to be careful with our arrogance in thinking about economic performance in China because the next 2-3 years will not be a beauty contest in global economic performance, but really a battle for who looks the least bad. And China is quite good at that battle, I think. I also think the biggest question for all of us is to anticipate the implications of a China under stress and a much slower China, both internally and externally. And to respond to these questions, I think it's extremely important for us to look at the real performance criteria for the Xi system. So against these criteria, what's his balance of good and bad? What is the stock of performance that he can draw on? And as the economic performance gets more challenging. And then the way how I think actually the malperformance of China's economy will actually reinforce his grip on power. So it's a bit paradox, but I think it's important to look at this in a minute. So let's look at the performance and as much as possible based on insider criteria, not our criteria. I think where we see stress and weakness, we first have to recognize that on paper, Xi has managed to achieve long-term development and growth goals. Starting from the fight against absolute poverty, we all know what they call a comprehensive victory is really pursued in campaign mode, and it does little to change the core causes of poverty, and which is the development of rural human capital. But still, on paper, this is something that he can basically tick the box. He has also put a stop to the barbaric expansion of capital, speculative activity, the uncontrolled hustle and bustle of the arrogant private enterprise. That is clearly a success seen from the inside out. We think rarely so much capital has been destroyed in such a short time, but against the performance criteria of the party, cracking down on this barbaric expansion is a relative success. And also, we I think, need to accept that there's a broad consensus on the overall direction of economic policy, which needs to be innovation-driven and has to do with strategic industrial upgrading, etc. He's performing on that to a large extent. The rebuilding of the Chinese innovation system, despite the fact what you said, Alicia, against from where they come from, is again a relative success. They have succeeded with regard to the goals of comprehensive control of value chains and strategic industries for quite a few entire ecosystems, and performance criteria fulfilled. Now we get to the machinery. We've heard about the way how she has succeeded in disciplining the party, internal rules, indoctrination, anti-corruption campaign, the shock and awe and deterrence. And we also know about the security side of things quite well, the multi-layered system of military, police, Commission for Politics and Law, state security, propaganda, all of this is under his control. But I think we also need to understand that the Central Commission for Comprehensively Deepening Reform is so much centered on his control of the policy flow in economic policy making that the system is going to go away easily. That's a clear tick of economic policy making institutionalized on terms that he has set. Now, this is the economic side of things, but obviously his track record and his performance builds on quite a few important other things, and they have been discussed, but it's important to not get lost of them. The battlefields of his successes are numerous. So when he stands and looks at a bad economic performance in the next 2-3 years, he can draw on a huge stock that gives him legitimacy internally, despite the challenges that he's facing. So the military reforms, the anti-corruption campaign, the consolidation of the party's sovereignty over China's information space, the way how this is advancing into the new digital lifestyles, radical eradication of Western influences, from real spies to critical media, from non-governmental organizations to religious movements. The fact that in social media today, a banner on the bridge in Beijing is considered to be something special shows us how deeply he has eradicated opposition, protests, and resistance. Then the pluralization and internationalization in the education and science system have not just been controlled, but there is a systematic counterpart, systematic ideological education being put into the education curricula at the moment. So a lot of solid achievements seen from the inside that his economic performance will be judged against. And internationally, I cannot resist, same as Richard, to talk briefly about his foreign policy successes. Again, starting with the trade and infrastructure connectivity story, he's now expanding into security, data security, development. So the escalation from an ambitious regional power to a power with global leadership aspirations, I think, has happened under his spell, and it is a part of his success story. So important to recognize, despite the fact that we are looking at a not as successful China in terms of economic performance in the next years, a slow and a China that is dramatically stressed, I think there's a huge pool of successes that he can draw on internally. Now, the big question is, the overall balance is positive, but what might even strengthen him further is that he is, and his team is, building the bridge towards the struggles and the contradictions that they will face in the coming years. They've said very clearly what is happening now will happen, and that they have to prepare the system for that. So he's very prepared in a sense that the central contradiction that they have identified, the principal contradiction, is actually playing out now. And as you all know, it's the contradiction between unbalanced and inadequate development and the people's ever-growing needs for a better life. Yes, very clearly, this is a topic that they will have to work on intensely, and they will do that. And also the way how the political program that he's setting out, common prosperity, dual circulation, so the forceful restructuring of the terms of globalization, the way how he looks at self-reliance, the dealing with the technology dependence, this is a rational response to the challenges that they face. So again, in terms of legitimacy and preparedness, I think we can expect him to perform better than we think if we only look at traditional and maybe Western economic performance criteria. So when he advances the idea of a massive struggle ahead, I think what comes out of this is a bit circular. Xi is the only response to a Xi Jinping-led system that is very much under stress in the coming years. Thank you.
So
So they are very well prepared, you say, much better than many people think. How well prepared are we for the contradictions and struggles of the next years as Europeans, as Germans, as French?
I think, again, is that a question to me?
That's a question to you. Yeah.
Look, I mean, the people here in this room show that we have advanced a lot compared to a few years ago. So I think we understand the challenges much better. There have been quite a few policy efforts, and the economic toolbox, also the responses, the new strategizing about China. But it's a question of speed of our responses. Alicia has said it better yesterday and more emotionally. We're too slow in responding to these challenges, and that has been the case probably 3 years ago. I don't think it's a question of understanding what is happening in China, quite honestly. It's a question of us being not aligned on the long-term struggle and the challenges indeed.
Okay, we can talk about this a little bit more later. Lucy, so China in decline, do you agree? A country in decline? And I read that you sort of have looked into the role of the state in the economy. So we've seen a lot more interventions by Xi Jinping and his team in private companies. How much does that contribute to maybe an economic weakening? And following up to Miko and Alicia, does it matter?
So I think it's been very clear, and probably not Xi Jinping's fault, but he took power just at a point where China was coming off this massive stimulus and at the end of this commodity supercycle. And so one thing that we at the Financial Times were reporting on was the fact that there was a severe stagnation and even recession in many Chinese provinces that were dependent on natural resources. And that, of course, was hidden by the very cheerful GDP figures, which the FT also poked a few holes in. But anyway, it wasn't as obvious from the outside, but it was very obvious from within China that they had some real economic fluctuations going on there, especially from 2014 through 2017. And the response was to massively divert resources into the struggling state sector and to allow the struggling private sector to fall flat on its face. Yeah. And then you also saw, big problems. I won't go into the details, but you had these private financing chains that were collapsing. And again, the response of the state was to allow that to default into the pockets of the Chinese people. So, you had this huge shift of resources that happened into the state. Now, if you believe in Adam Smith, you believe that at the end of the day, the market will win. But when I used to cover the market, they would always say the markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. And so I think that's the real challenge for the capitalist countries, is that, our economy is based on the idea, a very Adam Smith idea, that responding to profit, responding to the markets results in a healthy economy in the long term. What, at the moment, all these big multinationals, they're still making money hand over fist in China. So if you want them to decouple, then you have to have them work against their short-term economic interest. And that argument is hard to make. And it's hard to make without turning into a mirror image of what China has done, right? It's hard to make without saying, okay, we as a government, we're going to prioritize these areas. True, right? And so then you end up becoming very state-led. Now, France and Germany, maybe they have no problem with this kind of very state-led economy. The United States does. But either way, it's a real challenge to say that the market will win out in the end. It may well do, but the damage that it could do is significant between now and then.
Aren't there a lot more intervention by the US government in sort of dealings of private companies with China than in Europe?
I'm talking about intervention. So the big intervention of the U.S. government was propping up its auto sector after the global financial crisis.
And things like that.
I mean, the sanctions are not against Shanghai Auto, which is the partner of, right? So, I think you've got a real problem, right? That if you want to respond to the Chinese state, and its interventions in support of certain state-led silos, then you either do that by becoming like that state, or you do it by saying, well, the market's going to win out in the end, but you don't know where the bodies are going to lie in the meantime.
Okay.
And I think that that's a real, dilemma, especially for policymakers in the U.S., where we are less comfortable with, state dirigiste economy. And I don't think that so far the sanctions have really hit much of the normal economy.
Okay, so if you believe in Adam Smith, that is, if you believe in Karl Marx, of course, socialism will win, and the forces of historical materialism will lead capitalism to destroy itself automatically.
But he was very smart about capital flows. So it's actually, I think it's more like Adam Smith versus Stalin.
Okay.
It is the real debate here economically.
Okay, Richard, you were also mentioning private enterprises. And I mean, many people make the argument that the more control freaky a regime becomes, and the more authoritarian, the more totalitarian, the more mistakes it makes and the blinder it gets. And but like the sort of 2-3 words you spoke about, it was only half a sentence, sounded still quite optimistic. Or you said there is still dynamism in the private economy, so not a lot of harm done?
Look, it's hard to know. There's no doubt that if you've just got a single, sorry, I'm going to turn the feedback down there. If you've got a single person in charge of, a vast, complex economy, that's not a good idea. But I think with certainly the party has made itself much more active inside private companies. Once the party committee inside private companies was just kind of there to hold the Chinese New Year party and make the tea and maybe deal with a few complaints of staff. These days, it seems to be much more active, or is ambitious to be more active at the executive committee level. If you look in listed companies in Hong Kong, you'll see that the party's activities, which were once hidden, have now been written into the articles of association and the like. But I think Chinese private entrepreneurs are used to dealing with obstacles. They're trained to be sinuous and to get around obstacles and the like set in front of them by the party and regulators. Sometimes that's impossible if you're really big, as was the case with Jack Ma. But I think the party can't do without a vital private sector, because the economy would simply grind to a halt. I might say that I'm pretty resistant. I can't match my economic credentials with Alicia, but I'm pretty resistant to the idea we're kind of at peak China. I think the big problem with the Chinese economy right now is COVID zero. Admittedly, that could go on for quite some time. Yes, there is a big crisis in the property market, but if you think that, and they do face demographic headwinds, but I think China's GDP per capita is about a quarter of that of the United States. It strikes, and as Miko correctly pointed out, the Chinese have been very successful in capturing and bottling up supply chains. If you look at it in solar panels, electric vehicles, very advanced on artificial intelligence. We're starting to get the first big wave of Chinese car exports these days, including Chinese hybrids and electric vehicles. It doesn't really matter if China grows 3-4%. It depends on how it grows in the 3-4% and whether we get more consumption and the service sector expands. So I'm no fan of Xi Jinping. I'm no fan of one-man rule, but I'm loath to underestimate the Chinese system, because it has always outperformed Western pessimists.
Thank you. So let's talk about us now. Alicia, already Lucy mentioned multinational companies. You already started speaking a little bit about dependencies, decoupling. Yesterday already we spoke about that study also by the Rhodium Group. That sort of, I don't know whether you have read it, but basically I think it's about investment, right? And it says there is actually the picture is very different than it used to be, and it's like our dependency on China is focused actually on 10 big companies, as I understand it, and they already make for 80% or 88% even last year of the cake. Now, you don't really buy that, and you especially don't seem to buy the argument that China is just as dependent on us as we are on them. Please.
So basically, it goes in the direction, in the sense that the whole idea is that our companies will have to rely less on Chinese markets simply because they will grow less. And that means that we will not be as willing to invest, and that's what's happening. The companies that are already there remain because that's a big market, but new companies are not as eager to go into China as they would have been in the past. And this is basically because it's much harder and because growth prospects are worse. So our dependence is not about China's market, it's about China in our markets. And again, then what we need to focus on is strategic dependence of imports. I already went through that, but I also have to add to your question on investment, actually critical infrastructure in Europe. Yeah, I mean, this is the other side of the story, which is the opposite, is China's investment in Europe, which is what we should be analyzing pretty carefully. Because, you know, the other story, our companies, whether they're 10, 8, remaining, whether they're large, I mean, that's basically passé. You know, it's like that's what it was. We don't see new companies growing fast in China. And this is because the market continues to be pretty close and because the growth prospects are less. So let's focus on what China is doing here and what China is doing in third markets, which hopefully are also our markets, not only China's markets. And increasingly, we're seeing that we are less and less relevant. And this is not only about Russia, by the way. This is true for Africa, Latin America. I mean, we should focus on that. And I think that's where we need to come up with rules, coming back to this idea of can you decouple without ending up like China? I think that, you know, it's not about decoupling. It's about the fact that can you afford to have Chinese rule of order, and I'm talking even about economic standards, not only, you know, liberal, the liberal global order, in every single market, and you still expect that you can play in those markets. I mean, that's for me what we need to focus on now. Are our rules, whatever is WTO or any other rule, investment rules, you name it, still applicable, and where? Because you focus on that, the cake will continue to shrink. And this is not about China's cake. It's about the rest of the world. So I would argue that it's not about decoupling, but about making sure that you are tight coupled, as an engineer would say, to other areas of the world. And if China wants to decouple, I mean, there's nothing we can do. This is pretty, you know, a stoic, how would I say, statement, but it's not about us trying to decouple. It's about China increasingly trying to decouple in areas where China feels that this, you know, that there's no need anymore. And the point is, next step is China then tight coupling with somewhere else where we can no longer enter. That's, I mean, so basically, I think we need to stop focusing on what we do in China and start focusing on what China does everywhere else.
Please.
So to play devil's advocate, if the Chinese market is slowing, but these big companies have already put so much capacity in China, and their China cost base is much, much lower than their German cost base, let's say, or their American cost base, the obvious thing to do is to continue to wind down their operations in the Western countries, and then to use their China manufacturing base to sell into third market countries, right? And so then that effectively means that you continue to fuel the dynamism of the Chinese economy and not the home economy. And I think we see that with companies, and it's, again, very difficult for regulators to say, you can't do that, you can't be profitable. And I know I was on a panel about 2 years ago with a Hong Kong entrepreneur, and he was advocating very strongly that the solution to this problem was to bring American wages to the level of Chinese wages, which wasn't much of a flyer for the audience, you know, and, but, you know, the flip side of that then is if you don't want to pull your workforce down like that, you know, then the other side is what the business lobby says, okay, you know, then you have to tax us a lot less, you know, but, you know, society doesn't necessarily want to do that either. So, you know, I think that, again, I kind of agree with you that the solution is on the Western economies, but I also think the way we set things up, you know, we're kind of on a dilemma. And, you know, it's hard to see how you work out that dilemma.
There are only horrible choices, another quote by you yesterday. So are we actually already hostage of our dependencies, Mikko? I mean, we have a chancellor in Germany who made this famous speech after the Ukraine war, speaking specifically, first of all, about, you know, how naive we were about the nature of the regime in Russia, and secondly, about how dependent we were, and that was a mistake, and we have to correct it, and we have to end these dependencies. And the same chancellor now is on his way to Beijing. We still don't know what's going to happen, but it looks like there's an argument in the government. The Greens want to be much more critical and forceful, and the Social Democratic Chancellor actually is a little bit on the business as usual side. So are we hostage to our dependencies? To what extent? And what's happening in the German debate there? Because I'm speaking about Germany because obviously we are the ones who are probably most hostage there.
Thank you, Kai. I would probably not use the same word just for political reasons, but I think if you ask to what extent our interdependence with China has a dramatic strategic impact on the way how we take decisions and what type of decisions politicians and business take in Germany, clearly that is the case. And it's important to recognize that. The question then is what happens with this factual assessment and what is the implication in political terms. And there we need to be realistic about the speed to what extent this can change. I mean, there's material facts behind this. This is, it's not easy to unwind or change patterns of interdependence. And then there's the question of political will and direction, and both of them are quite open. And I think it's important that we recognize the diversity of our dependencies. They're not the same. It makes a dramatic difference whether it's corporate dependence on markets in China or whether it's a critical dependence on an input for solar manufacturing here. And the policy tools in dealing with these problems are institutionally completely different, but that I think the attention, and rightly, is in working on our critical import dependencies, strategic raw materials, because that's where China has proven in the past that they are willing to leverage these also for political reasons. And then there's simply the possibility of global economic shocks and supply chain disruption independent of the political question. So for good reasons, we are looking at this quite intensely on a European level. But we also know that this will be a long-term process. It will not be solved in 2, 5, and probably not in 10 years.
Okay, so I think we heard from Alithia again yesterday. Quick. We have to be quicker. So sorry for using up so much of your time. We're already over there. I mean, we started late. So maybe just a short last round of questions. And I would like to ask, because this is sort of, you know, the overwhelming theme that I see, sort of, and I have seen for many years in many aspects of society and economy, that to me it seems that, yeah, China is really closing itself off from the world. Yeah, we have the rising xenophobia that was described earlier. We have a cutting off of contacts with students and academia, of course, some of it COVID-driven, but I would say there's much more systematic drivers behind that. We have the economic decoupling from the Chinese side with their dual circulation system, and all these things together. What are your thoughts on this? Let's start in the same order that we started in the beginning. Is China... Okay, Lucy is still working on her thoughts. Richard, do you want to start? Because I still remember already a couple of years ago, there was Willy Wola Plum in Hong Kong. He wrote an essay, or one chapter of his book was, he was borrowing the title of an American book, and he said the closing, what we're witnessing now is the closing of the Chinese mind. Are we?
Well, I think that we're seeing the closing of the Chinese system. I think for the last few years, it's horrible for people like us to be excluded from China. But I think from their point of view, they probably think it's not a bad result, to be honest. I don't think they see much value from, China doesn't want to be studied by foreigners. And I think that I don't think they want to be scrutinized by foreign journalists. And I'll just make one final quick point, because this is a quick round on decoupling. People talk about decoupling as though it's something that we can do gradually at our own pace, strategically, pick and choose and the like. But the truth is, if there's any kind of military conflict, I'm not saying there's about to be, but if there were to be military conflict involving China, decoupling would happen overnight, or it could happen overnight, quite dramatically. So in some respect, codependencies with China are very good, because they create a massive cost for China and constraints on China's behavior should they want to get into that kind of military conflict over Taiwan or something. Thank you.
To which I would respond, if I were China and a war broke out, I would simply nationalize every single factory that was sitting in China. So I don't think that the intertwining of the economies is much of a protection for the West. I think, overall, it helps a lot to be realistic about where we stand. And I think, the work that people like Alicia are doing is good. But at the end of the day, it's really important to put our own house in order. And so, in the US, I think that Donald Trump started that debate. You may not agree with the terms on which he started it, but he definitely started it. And, the question is to what degree, whether it comes to basics like elementary education, whether it comes to issues like, policies, and also pro-industrial policies, these are debates that are useful to be having, and we cannot control the behavior of other people, but we can definitely put our own house in order.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, going back to this idea of decoupling, I think I'm going to push the argument of an immediate decoupling that Richard was alluding to in the case of an economic war, or perhaps simply Taiwan, to give it a name. I think the idea there is that this is a chess board, yeah? I mean, so Xi Jinping has already told us that by 2035, the China trip will be accomplished, and that is reunification. And I think, and now most of my time in Taipei, I can tell you that that doesn't bode well among Taiwanese, and the service that everybody can read say it loud and clear. I mean, that's not what they want. So if I were to then incorporate that into my analysis, I would be preparing for that decoupling, yeah? Because basically, I know that at some point in time, this might happen. And I think that in itself explains a lot of the things that might be inextricable, such as why China, this is something we hear always in Europe, doesn't care about our major market compared to Russia, just $1 trillion US, because that is a market that will stay there no matter what. I mean, whether China indeed ends up in that military conflict or not. So what I'm trying to say is that a lot of what we see now is about hedging against a risk that China may decide to undertake. But the more China hedges, and this is about the global South, about, the less costly it will be, in as far as China has already made up its mind that yes, indeed, as much as maybe China thinks it's crazy from our side because China is so important, the world might indeed do. I mean, the West might indeed do something similar to what has happened to Russia. So, in a way, it's like it's a self. By walking, going backwards, we can understand a lot of the behaviors if we truly believe that this vision, the China dream, as far as Taiwan is concerned, and reunification is a true vision. And I happen to believe it is. Yes. So, then you go backwards and you understand that decoupling is in a way rational, or at least leveraging against that decoupling. And a lot of the things we've seen on Ukraine are just rational on that basis.
Thank you. Nico?
Very briefly, I think we have to take a very empirical look at this, and on aggregate terms, in the real economy, I can relate to the work of my colleagues here. Indeed, China's globalization is stagnating. In financial terms, that's absolutely not true. Financial integration has increased, so they're not closing down. And what is increasingly important is, again, your point, Alicia, they're preparing for more decoupling or less integration with the G7 world, but not with the Global South. So they're not closing down, but they're reshaping globalization on terms that are better for them.
Thank you very much, all of you. So to me, it seems actually there's a strong sense of urgency here. Big ruptures ahead. I don't think it's an if anymore, it's a when. We have to act quick, we heard. We have to bring, I think this is the most important sentences today, actually, maybe even much more than looking at China. We have to bring our own house in order. And the question is, are we prepared to do that? Is China better prepared than we are? Maybe this was, thank you very much, Reinhard, for having us here. Maybe this could be part of these efforts. And I was a little bit shocked to hear that we are swing states, actually. Germany and France not sound like a compliment. I myself would try hard to change that. Thank you very much, everybody here on the panel, and you for your patience. Thanks.
Okay, everybody, thanks to the panel. We have now a short coffee break, and after the coffee break, Ambassador Michael Klaus, the German representative to the EU, will give his keynote, and then we will have the final panel. So please be back within, let's say, 15 minutes. There are always free visits to go to Brussels. The beer, the chocolate, the French fries, Swedish fries, whatever you Okay, welcome back after our coffee break. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, friends, I have the extraordinary pleasure and honor to present to you as our next keynote speaker, Ambassador Michael Klaus, who is the German ambassador to the European Union. Before that, he served in the same function in Beijing. And many of us who followed his work there and who are interested in China were extremely happy to hear that he would take on the position in Brussels, because we all felt in the halls of the power we needed somebody who knows China in and out. And I must say the ambassador has not disappointed any of the hopes. He has shaped some of the decisions very, not very publicly maybe, but very effectively. So I'm really happy, as I said, to have you here, Ambassador, to talk about EU-China relations. And you have said you might need 20 minutes for that. Don't hasten. The only time limit is when you have to go back to Luxembourg. So well, we will listen to whatever you have to say. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. First of all, I wanted to thank Reinhard Bütikofer for organizing this very timely conference and for inviting me to speak about EU-China relations in front of this distinguished audience. And I'm delighted to see all the China hands and the renowned experts, many of whom I've met in my previous capacity as a German ambassador to China. Whereas Reinhard Bütikofer just said I was posted before coming here to Brussels in 2018, that is 4 years ago. So where's the EU-China relationship heading towards, one might ask, especially now in these times of huge geopolitical challenges, changes, and turbulences. Surprisingly, until more recently, that is a couple of years ago, was that not a great deal of attention has been devoted to China by the European Union and also the EU institutions, maybe Parliament apart. I remember how back in 2010, former Chancellor Angela Merkel demanded time and again that EU leaders should have a strategic debate on China. And I guess experts would agree that this never really happened to this day. Possibly because the EU was in permanent crisis mode for most of the last decade. To mention the great economic and financial crisis in 2010 and the following years, migration crisis in 2015, 2016, Brexit, COVID, and now I'm afraid there is another challenge, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. But this also might maybe explain why Europe as a whole seemed to be a little bit slow to realize that China was changing considerably under the chairmanship of Xi Jinping. When I arrived in Beijing in the second half of 2013, EU-China relations were, as we said, businesslike. You had these regular high-level dialogues, I think something like 60 or so, and the summit meetings at the leaders' level. Well, basically on the Chinese side was Prime Minister Li Keqiang. And in 2013 also, the relations to the European Union were upgraded to the to a so-called strategic partnership by Beijing. And you know, this is a little bit of importance, what label they give you to show how much they appreciate you. In that same year also, the EU-China 2020 strategic agenda for cooperation was agreed. And I think it's fair to say that the largest part also
of the European business sector saw China as a lucrative market, despite what was already felt and known about unfair competition, forced technology transfer, and the like. In 2016, China became Germany's, and I think it was in 21, the EU's most important trading partner, which it is to this day. The question was what to do about the widespread violation of human rights in China that could not be ignored and that was also addressed by the media. And European public opinion expected that this contentious issue would also be raised in high-level meetings with the Chinese leaders. And therefore, in 2013, the European Union decided to establish a human rights dialogue with China. By the way, following the example of Germany and others. It remains unclear, to put it in diplomatic terms, whether this dialogue had any effect at all. On the Chinese side, as you know, the foreign ministry is formally in charge of this. However, as experts in this room are well aware, it is not this ministry dealing with issues of internal security. And complaints about human rights abuses or calls for freeing political prisoners that were raised by European member states and EU to the ministry did therefore not reach the relevant bodies like the powerful Central Political and Legal Affairs Commission, at least not to my knowledge. And I was quite deeply involved these 5 years I was there. So, how important is the European Union to China these days? When I arrived in 2013, it was impossible to ignore that the Chinese leadership was very much focused on its increasing competition and rivalry with the United States, which was already clearly visible then to me. The prevailing view among many high-ranking decision makers in the Communist Party, which I had an opportunity to talk to, was that China's rise made a confrontation with Washington in the medium term pretty much unavoidable. And so China's interest in Europe mainly derives from its increasingly confrontational relation with the United States. And it is highly concerned about the possibility of the US and Europe joining forces against Beijing. I was told that time and again during my stay in 4i talks, and I cannot say that I gained a different impression from the bilateral high-level meetings that I attended back then. And then as now, you can hear Chinese leaders, diplomats, but it's also being echoed by the propaganda, strongly support EU sovereignty and admonishing us to go in that direction. And I guess the message is against the US. Furthermore, Europe, and that's no surprise, wasn't seen as a quite important provider of high tech, especially with the United States making it more and more difficult for China to acquire US technology. You're very well aware of that. And on top of that, if I'm not mistaken, Europe is still China's biggest export market. In 2013, as we learned after some deliberation in the party, but also in the government, Xi Jinping decided that he would make China-EU relations Chefsache, as we call it, meaning that he himself would be in charge and would have a bigger role than before. But he was also to encounter some surprises in this. I mean, clearly, the European Union, as you all know, is a quite complex and in many ways confusing structure with a unique institutional setup and division of competences between the EU and its member states. But still, I was struck in many conversations by the lack of comprehension of inner EU mechanics on the Chinese side, And that did include also the EU experts in the foreign ministry, which we met quite frequently, the Communist Party, the International Department, and also academics that have specialized in these in EU affairs. And this has led to a few misjudgments and difficulties also in anticipating actions and reactions by us Europeans. Maybe let me just give you two examples. What I could see from my new position in Brussels in 2019, my impression was that the Chinese leadership was completely taken by surprise when the EU stopped considering China only a partner and instead labeled it also a competitor and, more shocking, a systemic rival, which sounds a little bit like Washington, doesn't it? And China was in for another surprise in early 2021, only weeks after a leaders' agreement on the Comprehensive Agreement on Investment, the so-called CAI, as we name it here, label it here. The EU became suddenly active in the framework of its human rights sanction regime, which is kind of the European Magnitsky Act. And it listed 4 high-ranking Chinese officials, that was for Bingtuan, for violation of human in Xinjiang. And to the surprise of many here, Beijing reacted quite fiercely with massive counter-sanctions, including against the European Parliament. And some in this room know this from personal experience. And thus pushing back ratification of this comprehensive agreement on investment by Brussels. And it's unclear what is going to happen with this. Let's not forget, I mean, this comprehensive agreement was a project that Xi Jinping had personally been promoting. And that was striking to see that China was acting against its own strategic interests. But this is just 2 examples, and there could probably be more. Being back in Europe in 2018, also I felt that much like it happened in the United States some years earlier, the general perception of China had become more negative among political decision makers and the public. That was despite increasing Chinese investments into its relationship with Europe. What had happened? There are several reasons for this shift, as I see. As early as 2015, I could witness in Beijing how European companies, including German firms, became less enthusiastic about doing business in China. And for the first time, it was, I think, in 2015, I heard a requirement to establish party cells, even in foreign companies, China 2025, and also complaints about the lack of a level playing field. And it was also criticized that foreign companies were barred from public tenders once the product could be manufactured by a Chinese competitor. My observation was that, looking also at the faces, this came quite as a surprise to the Chinese side. So far, the Chinese were used to foreign CEOs praising China for its stunning economic development, and expressing their gratitude for being permitted to do business in China. And that was it. Moving away from business, I think more generally, public opinion felt that the Chinese process of reform and opening had not only stalled, but kicked into reverse. That the system was becoming more repressive, ever more repressive, and that human rights violations were on the rise, not just in Xinjiang. And we remember for decades, the Chinese leadership had taken great pains to convince the outside world that its rise would be peaceful. After Xi Jinping took over the power, China became increasingly assertive in the South China Sea the East China Sea vis-à-vis Taiwan and India, if not to say aggressive. Also, the new style of wolf warrior diplomacy proved to be highly counterproductive, as I know also from conversations with my colleagues European colleagues in Beijing or also here in Brussels. And especially in Central and in Eastern Europe, the increasingly arrogant and aggressive behavior of some diplomats, not all, but it was increasing across the board, as well as of certain spokespersons in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Beijing, as you know well, reminded some of the way, and the tone reminded some of the way that they were treated by the Soviet Union. But it wasn't limited to the new member states of the European Union. Also, Western EU member states experienced heavy-handed interferences. For example, when China tried to discourage them from supporting a joint declaration on human rights violations in Geneva in 2016 and again in 2017. An EU statement supporting a decision of the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague in 2016 on the South China Sea led to China threatening bilaterally several member states to withhold and other forms of possible economic retaliation. In result, more recently, relations have become somewhat frostier. And already today, many in Brussels tend to see China more as a rival than as a partner or competitor. So are we moving in a downward spiral? I think much will depend on China's next steps, especially when it comes to dealing with Russia and also on the Taiwan issue. The Russian war of aggression that began on February 24th against Ukraine is perceived throughout the European Union as a watershed moment in the post-war history of our continent, which I believe outside the transatlantic realm is not really understood. It is seen as a direct threat, not only to Ukraine, but security here. And how China positions itself will matter a lot. And this could be a defining moment in our bilateral relations with Beijing. And it will certainly shape China's image in Europe for decades to come. So far, China has, despite, as I would say, some leaning towards Russia, avoided formally choosing sides. But as the war moves into a new cycle of escalation, this ambiguity might become less tenable. Coming to Taiwan, though this is certainly a different kettle of fish, many observers here, also in Brussels, compare China's threats against Taiwan to the Russian war of aggression. And in my memories, coming back to my time in Beijing, I think from 2016 on, it became quite clear that China began to change tack on the Taiwan issue. So-called barbarian handlers that were, visiting as diplomats from time to time, began on behalf of the party to spread the word that Xi Jinping had decided to reunite Taiwan with the motherland, if needed by force, to accomplish the rise of China during his tenure. I mean, whether this decision has really been taken, we don't know. But I think it's fair to say that the situation certainly has become more dangerous. Even if the Chinese leadership in general is seen as risk-averse, for example, in contrast to Putin, who is being considered an adventurer by many in Beijing, which is certainly not meant to be flattering. There's always the risk of misjudgment. And what worried me a little bit, still being in Beijing in my final years there, I felt that more and more high-level decision makers started to believe their own propaganda about the irreversible decline of the United States and the rest of the West, as well as the inevitable rise of China, like as if that was kind of a natural law. So, what are we to expect? Unless there was a very significant change of course by Beijing, I mean, I'm now referring to Russia and Taiwan, for example, I don't see or I don't foresee a radical change in the EU-China relationship in the near future. But if current trends prevail, which I see as most likely, we will witness more alienation and more frictions. The Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, the ensuing sanctions and counter-sanctions by the European Union and Russia, as well as the felt overdependence on Russian gas and oil, have fueled an already ongoing debate on the need to reduce our economic dependence, also on China. That is a discussion that has been with us already for quite some time. Massive supply chain problems due to Xi Jinping's heavy-handed approach on combating COVID, as well as a party restoring its primacy over the economy to the detriment of economic growth, have led quite a few companies, as I personally know, to rethink their exposure to the Chinese market. It seems that for many among them, the good times of high or even excessively high growth the People's Republic are over. And parallel to companies reducing or thinking about reducing their engagement in China, I would also, as I said, expect to see more political friction between us. We all recall that discussion from, I don't know, 30, 20, 10 years ago on whether mutual trade and development would help to change China, which was probably a naive discussion. And well, I think the truth is that China is actually changing Europe, and the EU has given itself, or is planning to do so, instruments to meet the new geopolitical and economic challenges posed by Beijing. Instruments that had been rejected by most EU member states just a couple of years ago because they were seen as an impediment to free trade. Some of these measures are also in reaction to unfair trade practices. Others are designed to protect the values and rules-based international order. None of these instruments, which I will come to in a minute, is as such directed against China, but the context is also obvious. And applying these instruments will likely lead to more confrontation, as we have already seen in the past when the EU applied its newly created human rights sanction regime. So, let me start with the international procurement instrument that came into force only recently. It allows the European Union to punish foreign companies of countries which discriminate against EU firms over public procurement. And it doesn't take a lot of imagination to see that this might become an additional source of tensions with Beijing. Furthermore, the legislative procedure on an anti-coercion instrument to be used against the countries that weaponize trade, and the regulation to address distortions caused by foreign subsidies in the single market are well advanced in the legislative process. Especially the latter regulation on foreign subsidies has been designed to counter also unfair competition by China. Then there is the due diligence directive, as it's officially called, which obliges the EU companies to make sure that human rights are fully respected by its foreign business partners, as well as a planned forced labor ban, the defense of democracy package. All this might prove to be further points of contention with Beijing. And then there's the European Chips Act, the Critical Raw Material Act. See, Brussels bureaucracy is in full swing, and the planned European Sovereignty Act. I don't want to go into detail, but all of this is supposed to reduce our dependence on third countries. Obviously, this also not only has to do with China, but it also has to do with China. On the international stage, and I think that's going to be addressed by the panel later on, competition and rivalry between Beijing and the European Union have been on the rise lately. China now has, at least that's what we feel, turned against the rules-based international order, which it feels privileges the West and its political systems. And it is actively trying to change it by promoting its global security initiative, the global development initiative, and maybe even more important, the Belt and Road initiative, a pet project of Xi Jinping. This has become another point of contention with the European Union, which sees itself as champion of the preservation of the values-based global order. The European Union has reacted to this by trying to counter Chinese influence in UN bodies and international organizations. And furthermore, it has launched the Global Gateway initiative. Global Gateway is seen as the European response to the Chinese Road and Belt, which we feel is its main instrument to pursue the Chinese global objectives. And while Beijing's Belt and Road aims for a more hierarchical and Sino-centric international order, Global Gateway wants to preserve the rules and value-based international order as we have today, or more than we have today. However, the European Union adapting to changing regions with China doesn't mean that the relationship will necessarily turn hostile. I don't expect recent developments to lead, for example, to a full-scale decoupling or massive disinvestment. Rather, business and economic ties are likely to persist, but become less close and intense, and political relations will become more frictious. Our political and economic relationship with the Middle Kingdom, which has become a world power, will continue to be important, no doubt about it. And we need China to effectively combat climate change, or, for example, when it comes to sealing a deal with Iran on JCPOA. And certainly China will, even with reduced growth rates, continue to be a must for many global companies. An economic or full economic decoupling, as advocated by some, I guess would also be disastrous for many European companies already hit by the fallout from COVID and high energy prices. And also China doesn't want to see relations turn hostile, as it needs continued European investments and European technology. And already now, that is maybe even more important, China is more and more concerned about the US and the EU becoming more and more aligned on their approach to China. So for both sides, the challenge will be on how to manage the relationship as it becomes more difficult and definitely more frictional. Moderation and pragmatism will be needed on both sides. Maybe a global gateway, the European response to the Chinese Belt and Road, could show the way. It is designed to compete with Beijing on the global stage and thus to indirectly counter Chinese growing clout. But it is not explicitly directed against China. And therefore, it allows us to compete in a way that doesn't necessarily lead to direct confrontation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Klaus, for how you described the lay of the land and how you described the options of dealing with the situation that we find ourselves in. And I think you have aptly focused our attention on this one core challenge, how we could act in an increasingly difficult, challenging, competitive, sometimes determined through a systemic rivalry situation without allowing the overall development deteriorating into an unavoidable confrontation or even a global Armageddon. You have described a real tough task for our third panel that will now pick up your clues and your remarks and debate issues concerning China's foreign policy moving towards global center stage, question mark. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for coming all the way from Luxembourg to join us for this conference. You're now going back, and I would invite Stuart Lau to come to the stage and manage and moderate the third panel. Thank you again, Ambassador. Before Stuart takes over, I have a technical announcement. In this panel, we have a predominant female participation, but Garima is our only person in the room. Some of the others could not join for family reasons. So Jude Blanchett has to bring his kids to the kitchen, but he joins us online. Nadège Roland will not be able to join at all. She has a very serious health crisis in her family, and I think everybody will understand that. She was planning to come until last night, but she just can't make it. We're all with Nadège and hope that her family does well. And Janka also has responsibilities with her kids, but is also connected online. So you have a too personal visual, but you still have a full camera. Enjoy it.
And absolutely a very kids-friendly environment here. So thank you once again, everyone, for staying on and joining our next panel, which, as Reinhard had just described, is China's foreign policy moving towards global center stage with a question mark. As all of you know, China's foreign policy has evolved enormously over the last decade. The Belt and Road has transformed from a slogan into real physical projects around the world. US-China confrontation all the time sharpening, most recently about House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, of course. As Ambassador Klaus was just describing, the propaganda about the irreversible decline of the West is also featuring very prominently in China's domestic agenda. Wolf warrior diplomacy, as we have seen in quite a few countries here in Europe and beyond. And talking of Europe, of course, we look no further than this very building, where members of the European Parliament have been sanctioned since last year, followed by the freezing of the investment agreement. With the Russian war in Ukraine going on, obviously Europe is also paying a lot of attention to what China might and might not be doing over the next 5 years. As Garima will be telling us, in the Indo-Pacific, there's also a varying degree of frustration from different countries. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our three very distinguished speakers with us today. Here in the room, Dr. Garima Mohan is a senior fellow in the Asia program of the German Marshall Fund. She leads the work on India and heads the India Trilateral Forum. and her research focuses on Europe-India ties and EU Indo-Pacific foreign policy. Joining us online, as Reinhard was saying, Jude Blanchett, who is the Freeman Chair in China Studies at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He's one of the foremost analysts, as you know, of Chinese elite politics. Dr. Janka Ertel, who is also joining us online. She's the director of the Asia Program at the European Council on Foreign Relations. Jude, if you could hear us from here, why don't you just open the scene, set the scene for us here to try to explain to our audience here today about how you see China's grand strategy, how Xi Jinping sees foreign policy, what kind of lessons have we learned over the last decade, and what should we expect for the next 5 years?
Well, first of all, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here and appreciate the magic of technology, which allows me and Janka to participate, although, of course, we wish we were there in person. I should say that the view of Beijing's grand strategy here from Washington, D.C. is as bad as ever. Our track record of accurately predicting where China goes, I must unfortunately admit, is pretty dismal. And that indeed is the substance of a lot of the debate here in Washington, D.C. And I should also, just for our European friends, say right now in Washington, there is a debate which I find a bit perplexing, which is, are we seeing China peak as a power and begin to collapse or enter a precipitous decline? Which, of course, if you see that as being the case, then your strategy for managing or dealing with China is going to be very different than if you see Beijing as a country dealing with headwinds, to be sure, but one which still has a large degree of momentum and still challenges the United States, Europe, and our other friends and partners globally. I'm very much in the second camp, which sees China, especially this year, dealing with a number of very dramatic domestic economic challenges. Most of these, I have to say, are stemming from policy failures that can be directly tied to Xi Jinping. China is going to grow at, under 3% this year, and really a lot of that is because China has its foot on the brake of the economy with its zero COVID policy. But put that debate to the side for a moment. What is going on in China? Where is China looking to go? And as Stuart mentioned in his question, what have been the lessons learned in Beijing from this ongoing war in the heart of Europe? I should say that when you typically hear people say lessons learned for Beijing, they're usually telling you what they wish the lessons Beijing would learn would be. The reality is that Beijing, like us, is seeing this event as an ongoing one where we've not reached a conclusion yet. And so it is too early to tell what the ultimate lessons of this are. I think Beijing is watching very carefully to see the extent of US-European solidarity and stamina. They're very much looking to see how they can buttress their own defense systems. That way, if the US, Europe, and the G7 were to take similar actions in terms of sanctions against Beijing, that they would not take nearly as much pain as has Russia. And so I would say that we should be very hesitant before drawing conclusions. I work at a DC think tank, so nonetheless, I'll start drawing conclusions for the sake of a discussion here that I think Beijing is learning. Number one is, it is clear that in February, March, and into April, Beijing was very much on the back foot. You felt that here in DC, where the embassy, after a period of quiet, was suddenly very active in trying to gauge what the heck was going on, how US policy was responding to the war. It was clear they weren't quite sure what had happened, and they were deeply, deeply concerned about conversations that were happening across European capitals and in the United States, in Tokyo, in Canberra. I should say that I think that sense of being on the back foot has largely subsided. And we have to be comfortable with the fact that Beijing can both be struggling with domestic economic headwinds, but still have a degree of confidence in the international environment. You can see that the building blocks of this next phase of Chinese foreign policy are becoming evident. You see things like the Global Development Initiative and the Global Security Initiative, which people in this room know Beijing is trying to jam into every meeting readout that it has at a bilateral level everywhere in the world to validate the Global Development Initiative and the Global Security Initiative as genuine and productive contributions to solving challenges of the 21st century. Some of the Global Security Initiative and the Global Development Initiative may not ring particularly genuine in this room that we're in today virtually and you in person, but I should say that that's probably not the intended audience. It's an intent to build inroads and if imperfectly strengthen relationships between Beijing and the Global South, at least muddy relationships between the Global South and quote unquote the West. When you unpack the rhetoric around things like the Global Security Initiative and the Global Development Initiative, rather than being very concrete, specific projects, and especially in the case of the GSI, the Global Security Initiative, at this point it's more bumper sticker than policy agenda. But I don't think we should poo-poo it or underestimate its power. What it's intending to do is say, we're going to shape the discourse on what provides security, especially now that we have this ongoing war, which Beijing is quite clear every day at the MFA podium, it puts squarely at the feet of NATO, Europe, and the United States. Again, we can dismiss that, and I think we find that a fairly insulting and shallow analysis, but Beijing isn't speaking to us, it's speaking to third countries in Southeast Asia, Latin America, and Africa. A pivot to the Global South is not in and of itself new. We could go back to the Bandung Conference to see Beijing seeing alliances, small A alliances with the Global South as being a core part of its grand strategy. But I don't think we should also say that there's nothing new here. I think Beijing, as it looks to Europe, as it looks to Japan, Australia, to some extent South Korea, certainly the United States is now being hostile countries in a increasingly Cold War bloc. It's obviously looking elsewhere to build credibility, build relations, and as we've seen with recent votes at the United Nations, by attempting to build a sort of a quasi-diplomatic coalition of the Global South, China is saying essentially, yeah, sure, you represent developed economies, but you're a very small proportion of the overall, global population, and we can marshal our forces through these, albeit imperfect, relationships with the Global South to challenge the United States, Europe, and the West in a number of fora. Let me end by just quickly focusing on where does the United States fit into China's grand strategy. Number one is, and this audience would know this, but despite the fact that Beijing still talks about the U.S. as having a Cold War mentality and essentially saying, we welcome the United States to return to a position of reasonability, it's clear that the strategic consensus in Beijing is and has been, since, let's say, spring or summer of last year, that the two countries are locked in a Cold War style rivalry. This is an intense geostrategic, more than competition. I would say Beijing sees it as a rivalry that is growing in the number of domains, right? It started with trade, it went into technology, and then in the wake of Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan, this is now very much in the military domain. That Beijing has to essentially try to find ways to break up or drive wedges between the United States and its key partners, of which Europe, Japan, Australia are critical. It needs to find ways to essentially deter future U.S. support of Taiwan. And although there's a discussion about when will Beijing invade Taiwan, I don't think that's the problem set we're really dealing with. I think the problem set we're dealing with is Beijing is going to increasingly escalate in and around the Taiwan Strait in ways that it feels will prove that U.S. bark is bigger than its bite, that the United States is talking a big game, but is distracted by other global challenges and doesn't have the stamina to be able to fundamentally support Taiwan. So, for example, instead of a bolt from the blue invasion, which I would put at a 0.01 probability, the much more likely challenge we're going to be dealing with is, let's say in the spring, after Republicans get control of Congress, then Speaker McCarthy takes the largest congressional delegation the universe has ever seen to Taiwan. And unlike Speaker Pelosi, the Republicans will speak very loosely about the sovereignty or the sovereignty status of Taiwan. And whereas Beijing indicated that it would do military exercises within Taiwan's 12 nautical mile shoreline, it will next time actually do exercises within the 12 nautical miles. Maybe it will just move 3 inches into that nautical space that Taiwan controls. But now we have a problem because Beijing has in many ways just violated Taiwan's territorial sovereignty, and the United States will be in a position where it needs to respond, but in very gray zone in a very gray zone strategy, that will be a very difficult situation for the U.S. to confront. There will be voices in D.C. saying, don't escalate, don't escalate. Beijing's propaganda organs will say, see Taipei, see Europe, see Japan. The United States is talking a big game, but they're not, when it push comes to shove, they're not going to intervene. So right now, the Taiwan issue, I think, even with the quiet period after the Pelosi visit, Taiwan is at the very center of the bilateral relationship, whether we like it or not, and is the area where we are most likely to see this continuing sort of hamster wheel of calm, followed by political actions by one of the 3 sides that will then exacerbate a mini crisis. We'll be able to manage a lot of these, but we can't expect that we're going to manage all of these. You can imagine, again, actions by the U.S., whether that's the Taiwan Policy Act or congressional delegation. That could be the January 2024 presidential election in Taiwan. The political calendar has made the road ahead very, very difficult for all sides. I've talked it for too long. I want to hear what Janke and the others have to say, so let me shut up and appreciate joining the conversation.
We'll get back to you in just a moment for obviously more questions about the US-China relations and how it matters for Europe as well. But before that, let's turn to the Indo-Pacific kind of perspective, because obviously so much focus has been on the Indo-Pacific from both the US and the EU over the last few years. The EU, as everybody knows, has implemented an Indo-Pacific strategy. There's also stepped up interaction between the EU and India. For example, the Portuguese presidency of the EU Council also conducted a summit with Prime Minister Modi. And then if we look at more closely, the India-China relations, it also offers a very interesting case study in terms of how China is conducting the neighborhood policy. So Garima, what's your biggest takeaway over the last few years, how we should see India in the whole picture, and how does China see the problem there as well?
Thank you, Stuart. And I have to start by saying I feel like a bit of an outlier in a China conference surrounded by China experts because I work on India and the Indo-Pacific. However, as Stuart mentioned, I think India is a very good case if you want to understand Chinese foreign policy, what kind of actor would China be in the international system, particularly the kind of relationships it is building, or should I say damaging, in the Indo-Pacific, and what does that mean for our policy here in Europe. I have to say, therefore, thank you to Mr. Bütikofer and team for giving me the opportunity to talk about India here and bring in some of that perspective from New Delhi on challenges that we face from China. Now, when we talk about China as an actor in the Indo-Pacific and some of the flashpoints there, we often talk about Taiwan, we talk about Hong Kong, we talk about South China Sea. We are beginning to see more conversations around economic coercion and political influence in Australia, for example, Japan, but there's very little heard in European capitals about India and what's happening on the India-China relationship and that border. And I think that's a massive oversight, because that is a flashpoint for us to watch and really see how that develops, because the trajectory of it is not very clear. Perhaps the sinologists in the room would help me understand why, but for now, it's not really clear. Now, let me start by saying that India and China share a long, undemarcated border. And over the years, several agreements have been carefully crafted to make sure that this border was in a state of relative peace, that there was no sort of conventional war breaking out there. 1962 saw a big India-China war, but since then, over 25 years, this was very carefully crafted to make sure that the tensions on this border were managed by both sides. But I have to say, since Xi Jinping assumed office, the border situation has become worse, and it is increasingly becoming worse, I would say. 2013, 14, 2015, 2017, and finally in 2020 have seen more and more cases of incursions, of violence. 2020 was the most egregious case in the Galwan Valley, when 20 Indian soldiers lost their lives, an unknown number of Chinese soldiers, different accounts from both sides. But this is really important because this was the first instance of fatality in 45 years. First shots fired across the border. But often analysts here look at that as an isolated incident, but I have to say it has to be seen as part of a broader trend. The violence conflict around the border has now become, it's one, in more locations, B, it is on a greater scale, and C, it's happening over a longer period of time. So that's really important in understanding how the nature of this border has changed, and by a corollary, India's threat perception has changed. Indian policymakers now are unsure of what actions Chinese military will take next. Would it be of a higher scale or a lower scale? It's very hard to plan, and therefore there is a loss of trust. And there is, unsettled border has very many short and long-term calculations. And the longest calculation, I would say, former Indian Foreign Secretary Vijay Gokhale said that India and China have now moved from competitive engagement to armed coexistence. Now, that is huge. There are two nuclear-armed nations, substantial powers in the Indo-Pacific, moving now into armed coexistence. Now, that is a very important flashpoint I think we need to keep in mind when it comes to the Indo-Pacific. The Chinese side often comes to the government and says, this border issue, let's keep this on one side, let's continue economic engagement, political engagement, developing sort of global South cooperation, working together in different forums. The Indian side, however, has made it a precondition that till the border issue is solved, India will not go back to relations as normal with China. And now that sort of brings me to the point of how countries in the region will act and balance a rising China going forward. How India has balanced it is to look for new partnerships and really turn swiftly west. Number one, I think it's deepened partnerships with countries that have a similar threat perception of China, which is, of course, the Quad countries with the United States, Japan, and Australia. India's partnership has deepened a lot. And this is not just about these four countries. They're also trying now with the Quad to provide answers to some of the questions we see with China in the Indo-Pacific, alternatives when it comes to providing vaccines or infrastructure or maritime domain awareness, helping sort of working with smaller island countries, all the places where back in the day the only game was China and BRI. Now the Quad is trying to come in and fill that vacuum. Second is India is building its domestic capacities, particularly when it comes to defense partnerships with France, Israel, the US, but also when it comes to dealing on questions of economy, on emerging tech, where partners like South Korea, UK are extremely important for India. And what's interesting is also how India sees Europe now differently. Is beginning to see Europe differently. For years, I don't know if people are familiar with the country, was allergic to FTAs, did not want to talk about free trade agreements. And now the whole push from Delhi, the whole message is we do not want even deeper economic integration with China. We want to work with Western markets, with Western companies. And there's a spate of new FTA negotiations with Australia, with the UK, with Canada, recently concluded with the UAE and Australia, in fact, and also with the EU. So, of course, we can talk about how successful or not these would be, but the messaging, the push really is we need to turn west, which is, I think, a very important point to note. In terms of India's outreach to Europe, back even 4 or 5 years ago, it would be unthinkable to see leader-level summits, prime minister-level summits with Finland, with Denmark, with Sweden, more and more interactions with Brussels, going beyond Paris and London, in fact. And that's really interesting how India thinks that it needs to balance and it can work with Europe when it comes to important questions. It does not really want to work with China and partners of that sort. Now, of course, one thing that immediately comes into people's minds is then why is India then participating in forums like SCO? And the Samarkand summit was mentioned slightly in the morning, and SCO was referred to in the earlier panels as well. I think it's quite important to note that the Indian Prime Minister was there, first of all, made a comment about the war in Ukraine, directly to President Putin, but also did not have a meeting with Xi Jinping for the first time on the sidelines of SCO. This is how, it's also showing how the nature of these forums is changing. Back in the day, these were considered as non-Western platforms like BRICS, SCO. It was considered as a way for countries, emerging countries that were not taken seriously by the West or thought they did not have a voice in the global order to look for other alternatives, other platforms. Increasingly, however, India feels that China is changing these from non-West to anti-West platforms, and therefore India does not see a utility in participating in them anymore. That doesn't mean that India would vacate SCO, will step out of it, because that simply creates a vacuum for China to fill. It is important for India to engage with Central Asia, to have a way of talking with Afghanistan for bypassing Pakistan. But I think the utility of these platforms is changing, and that would be another impact of sort of Chinese foreign policy and China as a global actor in the region. Now, Richard, in the earlier panel, referred to India as a swing state. I would agree with Dr. Tanvi Madan, who just published a fantastic piece in Foreign Affairs where she said China has lost India, and that is true. The public opinion, domestic perception of China and India have really, really tanked, and people are okay with looking at other actors. The biggest problem for India as it balances, however, is Russia. Also in an earlier panel, somebody said we are hostage to our dependencies, and that is very much the case for the India-Russia partnership as well. Given what I just described about the border situation, for India, it does not want Russia to jeopardize A, its military preparedness, and B, play the role of spoiler in case of an India-China conflict. And this is one of the key reasons we haven't seen a more vocal criticism coming from New Delhi on Ukraine. However, I have to say the Indian position has evolved substantially since the war started. India now refers to it as a war, not a conflict anymore. UN abstentions and voting aside, because that's a whole different track of Indian foreign policy, statements coming from the Indian Prime Minister, talks with President Zelensky, humanitarian aid to Ukraine, all of these conversations show it is really trying to walk this tightrope. But for India going forward, it's really the Russia, China, perhaps Pakistan equation that it will continue to watch and continue perhaps on this trajectory of balancing towards the West. Just one final addendum. I think when we talk of Chinese foreign policy in the Indo-Pacific or building alliances with the global South, we often do not consider the agency of these countries, of what we call the global South, and countries in the Indo-Pacific. Countries like Sri Lanka, Maldives, Seychelles, Pacific Islands make rational choices. We just have not been there for a long time. China was the only actor in town when they were saying they needed investments on climate and other issues. We in the West, in the US, we ignored it. There was a vacuum left to be filled by China. However, this is not irreversible, Sri Lanka being the most important case in point. All is not lost. I think the economic panel was quite pessimistic, but I think at least on foreign policy issues, all is not lost. And since I'm in Brussels, let me make a small plug. Please find a way of making Global Gateway work, because if you want to compete with China in the Indo-Pacific, if you want to deliver on alternatives, this is the instrument you have. Please do find a way of making it work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Garima. Let us turn to Berlin now. Janke, so we've just heard a clear message from Washington, D.C. We've heard a somewhat clear Indian policy. Germany, from where you are, seems quite bipolar at the moment, doesn't it?
Slightly schizophrenic, absolutely. Stuart, could you do me one little favor? I admire Jude for the fact that he was able to listen and speak while hearing the echo of himself. If you shut down your microphone, it makes my life a hell of a lot easier. And I don't know how Jude did it the entire time. So thank you so much. Thank you also to Reinhard and everyone for the invitation. It's a fantastic pleasure. I want to first echo Jude in one of the facts that I think is really important, that we should not extrapolate from kind of our own obsession with what's going on in Ukraine at the moment, and from our own obsession with the troubles in the Chinese economy, that would lead to a more accommodating or benign Chinese position, a more accommodating position for Europe, something more friendly, that China needs us more at this stage. I think that is wishful thinking that we should not be engaging in. I think China's willingness to shape the international order has become more pronounced and not less pronounced by what it's seeing right now, because it sees that this is important, an important element of achieving its strategic aims. I do also want to reiterate that I think we have not listened in Europe closely enough to statements that were made on the 4th of February, and we haven't listened closely enough or looked closely enough at the SCO meeting in Samarkand. I think these meetings, these events, the way in which there is an alternative reality emerging that large parts of the West are not part of, is something that we need to spend a lot more attention on. Because there is a block logic emerging, and I very much echo that what Judith said as well in Beijing, and that is very important then for Beijing to figure out who are the kind of loose elements that can still be kind of taken over into the China bloc. And that brings me to Germany. I think that was a smooth transition. So because there is one element in Europe, there's one country in Europe where Beijing seems to think that A, it's worth it, and B, not all is lost yet. And that's Germany. And I think that is very important to underscore. For most of the countries, particularly now with the war in Ukraine, for Beijing is pretty clear that the dynamic is one where the Europeans are going to be with the Americans if push comes to shove anyway. So it's really not worth bothering in so many ways. There's not that many things that we need to give them. There's no new offers that we have to put on the table. There's no need to really kind of bring something to Europe. But there is a country where there is an important economic relationship. There is an important technological relationship, and as Washington tightens the screws, this becomes even more important. And in this sense, we have a delegation visit coming up in early November by Chancellor Scholz, who will go by himself to Beijing with what is likely going to be a business delegation. We're sending interesting signals from Germany as well. And Stuart, you called it schizophrenic, or you called it bipolar, or was it what you said about it? But I think that's precisely what we're seeing at the moment. Berlin, which could be the leading place in Europe in kind of devising a response of Europe to this kind of new geopolitical reality in which Beijing plays such an important role, Berlin is not providing any guidance for its European partners and friends, and it's not providing any kind of a clear message to Beijing either. The German-China strategy that is going to come out early next year could serve that purpose. What this strategy could do is find a collective description of reality of a coalition that is very diverse and coming from very different points. If this coalition could actually come up with a description of reality, with a description of what kind of China are we seeing, what kind of world are we seeing, what does this look like, what does system rivalry mean from a Berlin perspective, then that would be a huge contribution to the debate. At the moment, it seems like a clear definition of that sort is probably not going to come forward. We are seeing the kind of the social democratic part and the chancellery of the government moving in one direction, and we're seeing the Green Party taking a different kind of stance, supported by the Liberals as well in the coalition, and therefore providing this kind of ambiguous messaging where on one day we hear the Chancellor saying there is no decoupling, and on the other hand we're seeing the Green Foreign Minister warning of too high dependencies on China. The problem that creates is that we are at a moment in Europe where we have centrifugal forces at play. It is going to be the dynamics that we're seeing are going to draw the China consensus, the kind of avant-garde of China policy, further to the east, to the northeast, to the Baltics, to the Eastern Europeans. We are seeing kind of a drag behind in southern, southeastern Europe, and we see kind of Germany in the middle, and it could provide either a shield for other states to kind of advance and take on a different and a more kind of realistic China policy that is more clear-eyed, that is more clearer in its stance, and it allows to reduce dependencies, or it could move closer to the Eastern European countries and provide sort of a bridge between the two. But an indecisive Germany is sort of the best prey for Chinese ability to kind of split Europe in half. And therefore, the responsibility that lies with Germany at this stage in kind of providing and devising a new strategy that is a response, a real response to the reality that we're facing, is enormously high. Ducking that responsibility will further diminish the chances of Europe to actually play a role in this new geopolitical logic, further diminish the ability of Europe to actually be a shaping power, and further diminish the role of Europe in initiatives that are important in terms of what kind of world Europeans actually would like to see and where they could actually be a cooperation partner for others as well. The docking ability is then more limited. And so I think I could echo what Garima has said, please make the global gateway work. The fact that we have to say that in the first place is something that I find a bit astonishing, I have to say. The fact that it is not kind of clearly being implemented immediately, because obviously under the current conditions, this is the one tool we have at hand. Ambassador Klaus made it sound like the Global Gateway Magic Wand, but the Global Gateway Magic Wand is not working right now. And if we want it to serve all of its magic purposes, then it has to come off the ground. We are losing track in the entire global south at the moment in terms of our credibility as well, because nothing is coming forward from the European side at the moment. And I think we need to be very honest with ourselves at the moment, that despite all the troubles that we're seeing in Beijing, despite all the instability that provides, despite the growing kind of tensions with the United States, Europe will have to do its own share here. And Germany is not living up to its responsibility in that regard at the moment, and so is Europe not in kind of pushing Germany also on that front. So I would like to probably end here with a slightly provocative statement, and then Stuart, we can get into the discussion.
Thank you very much, Janka. We have 20 or so minutes left, so I really want to focus on two broad themes that all three of our speakers seem to be interested in talking more about. The first would be transatlantic relationship, and the second would be the global south. So Jude, why don't we start with you about the American view of transatlantic relationship on China at this moment? I mean, obviously the US and Europe are working very closely on Russia and Ukraine. What about China? I mean, does the US actually count on Europe for its China policy at all?
Well, you put the question very starkly. Yes, I guess probably that would be a question to ask comrades in the room, and how they feel that the United States is working with them on China policy. Let me say this as someone sort of watching this from the outside. I would say that, and if you just, I don't know if folks had a chance to see the national security strategy, which came out yesterday. the entire thrust of U.S. grand strategy when thinking about China, the through line between it is that it is increasingly dependent on collaboration with partners to be thinking about its policy on China. That at least is the stated strategy behind it. What you're seeing from the U.S. though is a little bit of fit and start, one step forward, one step back, high degrees of desire and willingness to collaborate, but also degrees of working unilaterally when it feels that it has to. I mean, we just saw an example of this last week where you saw this these new export controls that were put out against to stop China's ability to be gaining access to critical chips and inputs, which of course had a high degree of going at it alone because there was frustration that if we waited for everyone else that China would gain an advantage. So I think this is a very imperfect picture. What I have, what I have seen, and which I think is a key part of this, is there's really no way for the United States to formulate a functioning, enduring, effective strategy that is cross-domain on China that does not closely partner with key allies and partners. And so I think inevitably the areas where the United States is most effective will be ones where there is transatlantic but also deep cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. And to pick up on comments made earlier, this can't just be a strategy that is about purely working with developed economies. This has to be one which is meeting global communities on their own terms, especially in the global south. You see the United States is less effective in areas where it implicitly frames for third countries that this is about getting on board the great power competition train to compete against China, and that the United States is most effective when it is fundamentally talking to third countries about how the United States can partner to be solving shared challenges, of which a key one may be thinking about ways to effectively deal with China and more malign aspects of China's foreign policy or economic statecraft. Let me end there.
Thank you very much, Jude. And Janke, what is your feeling in Berlin? I mean, obviously, as you said, Chancellor Scholz is planning a trip to Berlin. How much would that be seen in negative light in other allies, particularly the US? And obviously, there also doesn't seem to be a lot of European coordination because Angela Merkel was, of course, talking about an EU 27+1 kind of summit format, and Scholz doesn't seem to be following up on that. So in terms of involving the allies, I mean, how much does it involve? How much does it feature in the Berlin thinking right now?
Well, that's really hard to say because the coalition treaty actually says that the main goal of this government is to Europeanize its China policy. But that's not the image that this sends, obviously, this first visit. So I think there is still room until that trip takes place to sort of think twice in the Chancellery and whether to take on European colleagues in that delegation and to diversify it a little bit and to think about who will be there. I do think that it is a good idea that there is direct conversations taking place. I don't think that the United States has any objections to European partners and allies having direct conversations with the Chinese government. I think that's a very important part of the strategy as well. I understand from kind of the conversations with colleagues in DC that particularly on the economic front, the cooperation of Europe is absolutely essential. And it doesn't make much sense to do all of that via kind of forceful measures and secondary sanctions and kind of having to force the Europeans into playing along on China. But it makes a lot of sense to actually join hands in shaping an international order. And that is more kind of the aim that the German side would also like to see. It's not doing something against China, but actually to shape an order that is conducive to our interests, that is conducive to free trade, to human rights, to democracy. There's all of these elements that we're seeing at the moment are eroding also in the multilateral system. And we're seeing that this kind of pushing against that is only possible in a strong alliance and a strong partnership with multiple players. And this is something where I think the Europeans could do more. and could be more proactive. And we're particularly on the German side. We would need more commitment as well to be demonstrated. I don't think it's enough to continue to mention in speeches that we're working together closely transatlantically. We are, but the EU-US TTC needs to yield real results. The Global Gateway needs to read real results, and we need to see also the commitment on the other sides. And so I think it's much about kind of where the rhetoric goes as well, signaling to European partners and allies that Germany is committed to this, and it's not seeking its own interests first. We don't have a pretty good reputation at the moment among other Europeans when it comes to our commitment to the European cause. We're being seen here in Berlin, I think, in other parts of Europe as pretty selfish and self-interested. And I think this could be another element where this adds to that, or it could be seen as an actual approach where Germany uses its leverage, uses its ability to shape the way Beijing sees Europe in a more constructive fashion.
And just one follow-up for you, Janka. So as Jude was saying, obviously Taiwan is now the central theme in the US-China relations. It's going to be a dominant factor when it comes to the bilateral relationship. Obviously, it's quite a different story here in Europe. Tell us more a little bit about the sort of risk assessment from Berlin, as far as you know. I mean, the kind of assessment about the severeness of the severity of the Taiwan issue. How does it feature at all in Germany's security, political, economic planning, and what would it hope to achieve in the next 5 years in terms of the Taiwan situation?
So the Taiwan question now features very prominently in the conversations and in the debates here. It features very prominently in boardrooms of big companies. It features also very prominently in the public, in the public and in the political debate. It is a bigger question of agency, of what are we going to do about it. It's more a question of how can we kind of mitigate against the impact and the fallout of a potential confrontation. What is the potential to de-escalate on each of the sides? What is the possibility of kind of contributing to this? I don't think that Berlin seeks a very active role in this conflict, but the question is, how much can you keep out of it? How is the kind of neutrality is not an option in this question, and how big is the impact going to be? And in that sense, I would say we're not even nearly at a state where we have a full impact assessment being done. Basically, the impact is going to be so high that we better not think about it at the moment, because it will be hard to communicate to anyone. And the big question of kind of resilience building and diversification at the moment is high on the agenda, but the urgency with which it's communicated is still a bit low. So I think no one really wants to think through a scenario in which there is a kinetic confrontation between the United States and China over Taiwan. Rightly so. I think this is a horrible scenario to think through from a global economic perspective, but also just from a kind of geopolitical perspective. But the kind of sense of denial, I think, is still a bit higher in political circles than it is in the business community, where this is a real kind of planning scenario that has to be incorporated into risk, into supply chain risk and more. So I see a lot of movement there. I see a little less movement on the political side when it comes to kind of concrete planning steps.
Cool, thank you very much. Garima, we talked about India just now, but let's also focus on the South Pacific, because obviously, as Jude was talking about, China has talked about the Global Development Initiative, Global Security Initiative, and that seems to feature quite prominently in terms of the bilateral conversations that officials are having with the Pacific leaders in this context. So for the next 5 years, obviously, the two initiatives will feature very prominently in China's diplomacy as well. What would you be focusing on when it comes to its climate diplomacy, for example, in the Pacific, and the securitization of the South Pacific as well? What would be your focus?
That's a very interesting region to follow. Of course, we also have the Blue Pacific Initiative coming from the US and the other side. I think this is going to be a race for influence in the Indo-Pacific going forward. Every time there is an initiative from China, there's a counter initiative either from the Quad countries or the United States and alliance partners, or from Europe. What I would be interested in seeing is, when do we get to the position of putting forth our own ideas and not just reacting to China all the time? When are these regions important for us as part of our policy and not just because China's there? And a persistent complaint of the Pacific Islands, for example, has been the United States and Europe, not Europe so much, but the United States certainly forgot about us. And only when China talked about opening, about a base, was then people in DC remembered that we have, this is a very critical area for us, strategic, and we need to do something about it. I think that needs to change. That perception needs to change. And a lot of countries are now sort of trying to do more in the region. Even India has a dialogue with the Pacific Island countries. So I think we'll see these sort of spurts of competition for influence in the Indo-Pacific, which is why everybody keeps talking about how crucial this region is, not just for the economies and economic relationships that we have, but simply also because of this competition. And I really wish that we would be in a position where we are not simply responding to China, but actually coming up with our strategies and operationalizing our Indo-Pacific strategies on our own terms.
Thank you very much. If we have about 10 minutes left, so maybe we can just do a quick roundup of, since the panel discussion is actually a question, whether China's foreign policy is moving towards global center stage. I do want to pick your minds on, whether it's a yes or no, whether, what particular areas you guys would be focusing on, whether it's geoeconomics, whether it's Taiwan, whether it's the chips, or whether it's the borders. Jude, from an American perspective, what do you think is the key element in the Biden administration right now? Is it, you mentioned Taiwan is the center focus, but we also see a lot of other industrial policy, tech policy coming out as well. What do you think is the real deal here for Americans?
Well, those are two slightly different questions. What is the focus of the Biden administration, and what's the real deal for Americans? I would say again, we could just simply, as good foot soldiers, just read from the national security strategy and tell you that it's, invest, align, compete. But let me say that I think there is, that's a good bumper sticker. I think invest, align, compete is fair enough. I think really, though, the question is about implementation. And I just want to pick up on the last point that was just made, which I want to foot stomp, underline, circle, and highlight, which is we're still in a utterly fundamentally reactive phase of thinking about China. It's beyond just trying to get the ball off the back of the net in the Pacific Islands. It's everywhere. We haven't found a fundamentally affirmative, forward-leaning approach to what sort of international order the United States wants to build, support, invest in, or even define. If you look at all these strategic documents, there is the fuzziest, haziest idea of a rules-based international order, which is just a placeholder. It's not a meaningful concept that has been clearly articulated and defined. And what China does consistently is hold momentum and initiative. Beijing always understands the power of initiative. So as we mentioned, I think it was discussed earlier, this really catastrophic war in Ukraine starts. Beijing is disoriented, then reoriented, and then starts coming up with quote unquote solutions with the Global Security Initiative. We sit here and try to understand what the heck it is. I would like to see, this is the only time I'll say this, I would like to see us be a bit more like Beijing. You do not hear Xi Jinping talk about his America strategy. You hear China talk about its grand strategy, the vision it has for the sort of order it wants to build, what China's place is within it, and then it sorts the United States into a subcomponent of that by saying, where does the United States get in the way of that? I would like to see us take a little bit of the Xi Jinping page and outline what our concrete vision is. How can we articulate a vision for the world that is not just about maintaining US primacy? This is not 1995. Even though we just had another Top Gun movie come out, the world has moved on. There are other centers of power. The United States should embrace power shifts. and try to support them rather than sort of digging in its heels and having another circular discussion about how to maintain US hegemony. We don't call it that, but that's, implicitly what it is. So I think, if ever there was a moment for real creativity in the United States about thinking of the world it needs to help support and invest in, now is the time, rather than just another, another superficial discussion about rules-based international order. We live by our values. Our strength is in our, is in our leadership, and our leadership is in our strength. Yada 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 yada.
Thanks, Jude. Garima, the rise of China, and what's your last thought about, the kind of implication for Indo-Pacific and for the next 5 years?
I think one area we are overlooking in the Indo-Pacific as we become more forward-leaning is the Indian Ocean. Europe talks about the Indian Ocean as the gateway to the Indo-Pacific in its strategy. That is the next theater of competition. China already has a base in the region in Djibouti. The second base is a question of when, not if. There's a lot of movement in the area. A lot of countries in the region are looking at tracking submarines, etc. I think this is a crucial region. Most of Europe's trade routes to the Indo-Pacific go through the Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean choke points are really, really important. I need to stress this point that it's all good that we talk about having an Indo-Pacific strategy here, but we need to focus on particular theaters. We need to focus on priority partners, and we need to make sure that we don't let hotspots just appear and countries just fall to working with China as default because they don't have other alternatives. So that would be my last point of, it's great that we have a strategy. Let's start working on it now.
Thank you. And Janke, we know very well that EU has a toolbox mentality. Is that enough?
It certainly isn't. I had to smile when Jude was speaking because it was repeating something that I've been mentioning for a lot of times, but from like the European perspective, you could probably say the same thing about Europe. I think the question of kind of, is China moving center stage? The question to ask is, do we actually know what the center stage is? Do we know where these things are playing out? Where do we actually have a right description of where kind of the center of gravity has moved and where we have to get to? I think this kind of outlining a vision of the rules-based international order, that's what Europeans do. That is indeed not enough. It is also not maintaining, which is, I think, the worst verb that we can use for this. So maintaining the rules-based international order is the most status quo argument we can make. I think we have to recreate a rules-based international order that is according to the principles and kind of preferences that we want to see. But recreation also means letting go of certain things. And so I think we need a bit of a kind of a revolutionary mindset. I wouldn't go as far as to say take a page out of Xi Jinping's playbook, but a revolutionary mindset that says there's something going on here that is a real turning point, where if we're not on our toes and understand that this is what's going on, then we can forget about leadership. And I do think that on the question of climate leadership, this is an area that that Europe and the US together could tackle, and where they could offer a lot to kind of in terms of the framework and the vision for this, that is a lot bigger and a lot more substantial than ecological civilization will ever be, because that is a fundamentally nationalist sentiment, and it's not a global logic. So I do think there are things that we can bring to the table from a European, American, Indo-Pacific side together, but it certainly needs and requires a degree of speed that we're pretty bad at on the European side. So I think the largest problem is we're going to stand in our own way and step on our own toes all the time. But the good thing about that is that we can actually change that ourselves. We don't need China for that.
With that, we've heard comments and recommendations about us learning from Xi Jinping's playbook and being a revolutionary. So I'm sure we've much food for thought for the rest of the day. But thank you once again for our three speakers, Dr. Janke Ertel, Mr. Jude Blanchett, and Dr. Garima Mohan. And we'll pass the floor back to Reinhard.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, we're now coming to the closing of this conference. My good friend and colleague, Iuliu Winkler, an MEP from the EPP group from Romania, who is the chair of the China Monitoring Group in the International Trade Committee and also the deputy chair of the Trade Committee, and who has invested a lot, who was trade minister in his country, has invested a lot in following China relations, has been willing to offer a concluding remark. And I'm very grateful for that friendliness, and the floor is yours, Iuliu.
Well, thank you very much, Reinhard. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me say that looking around the room, it's clear that today's conference covers everybody's definition of time well spent. So I think that first I have to start by congratulations. Congratulations to all the panelists, to the keynote speakers, to all the participants, and first of all to Reinhard Bütikofer, my fellow MEP and friend. Thank you for calling me like this. And also thank you for presenting me, emphasizing my affiliation to the EPP group. Well, nobody's perfect. And so I am indeed member of the EPP group in this European Parliament. And also, thank you very much for not citing what is read in the program, because in the program that is read that I have to give the conference summary. And this you did say differently, thank you, because I would definitely not dream of giving a summary of this conference. Maybe after a couple of hours of work with my team, that would be possible, but not right now. So I think that a few final considerations or concluding remarks that can be something I can try to do. So I think that today's event has been helpful in many ways, has been bringing added value in many ways. For example, in diagnosing problems, in establishing clearly that today in China, in all the actions of the Chinese government and party, ideology trumps economy. That is absolutely clear. I think that also we have heard that on the EU side, we have to stay proactive. That is very different. And I think, of course, coming from the International Trade Committee, I think that trade, for example, and economic relations in generally are not part of the problem, but are part of the solution. So we have to strive for diversification. We have to strive for supply chain resilience. And we must look at the global south, for example, as it was said, and we have to, in general, to provide alternatives. Perhaps not decoupling, rather consolidate, rather build more diverse relationship and boost competitiveness, because decoupling, as our EU CCC, EU Chamber of Commerce in China confirms, but as Ambassador Klaus also has just said in his intervention, would be a real disaster for a huge number of European companies and a huge number of players of our economy. So we are in a volatile period. We see comprehensive realignments, comprehensive transitions in Asia. It's true at the level of geopolitics, and it's true at the level of geoeconomics. Maybe more of geopolitics in today's discussion, but enough of geoeconomics also that we can have a sense of these things. We are in a period of re-entrenchment on the global scene. This was discussed. And maybe the dynamics of consolidation of various camps remind us of the Cold War period. Some of us have just read about the Cold War. Others have also lived it. Myself, I have lived it on the wrong side of the Iron Curtain for several years, because I was 25 in 1989 when the regimes have changed. And by the way, just to exchange with you a very personal sentiment, I don't know who read first about this syntagm, the fall of the Berlin Wall. The Berlin Wall, it was dismantled. And I'm always crazy when I read this, the fall of the Berlin wall. So it did not fall by itself, it was dismantled, and probably we have to remember this also today from time to time when we see what is happening. We need to keep our friends close. Several of the speakers have spoken about this. And we have to boost our toolbox. Okay, nobody, so some of us don't like this toolbox idea, but nevertheless, Commission is very good in giving names and definitions. So open strategic autonomy. Yes, I think also Ambassador Klaus confirmed in his address that the guiding principles coming from this open strategic autonomy idea are on the table today, and they are valuable. I think deeply that EU must remain open for business, yet in the same time we have to deal with our strategic dependencies, which are quite dangerous, as it was underlined. We have to counter economic coercion, and we have to counter unfair competition. That is very clear, and for that we have a toolbox. Let's find a different name for it. So a second important idea in Ambassador Klaus' address, I think it is that the Chinese, or the interest of China, as he said, in the European Union derives from the Chinese confrontational relations towards the United States. And coming to the United States, I have to stress that, of course, we have a very, and this is, if I may introduce also some of my ideas among the conference conclusions. We have a set of guiding values which is common. We have this transatlantic partnership which has to be stronger and has to be coming better. But in the same time, I think we don't have the luxury of doing everything in the American way. Maybe we in the European Union don't have the luxury of splitting the world very simply between black and white, between autocracies and democracies. Maybe we have different options. Maybe we could say that we split the world between rules-based and non-rules-based interactions. And of course, as it was just recently said, rules-based as in recreated rules-based order and not the maintained rules-based order, because of course we need something new. So mutually beneficial cooperation with countries, or we have to find the way of engaging countries with different systems as our own system. As it is one only example, but several can be found, our European Union free trade agreement with Vietnam, on which I have worked personally and which was ratified by this parliament in 2020. So China, as our conference today, it's a complicated and multi-layered relation. We are living in interesting times, and I know this is not really a Chinese curse. It is just a pop culture element which was sold to us. Strategic rivalry component is more pronounced today, and we see tensions surrounding Xinjiang, tensions surrounding human rights, Taiwan, coercive practices, and many others. Nevertheless, the other two components proposed by the European Commission, the partner and the competitor component or layer on our multi-layered relations, are still there because we have strong investment, economic and trade relations. We have a dialogue on environment and climate protection, and indeed we have to step up our dialogue in digitalization, just to give one example. So whatever the situation, I really believe in the power of dialogue, and I see value in continuing interaction with Beijing. Of course, after the internal realignment will happen in the following month, following the CPC Congress. And as an important call of this conference was that we have to bring our own house in order, and that I think is very, very important. Let's bring our house in order. Maybe I could make a small contribution on this idea of bringing our house in order towards China and beyond. I have to, I think that the European Union can build up a smart approach in geoeconomics. Smart as in S-M-A-R-T, and I come to explain. I presented this idea yesterday at a roundtable organized by the EPRS and the EP in ASEAN office about the upcoming G20 summit in Bali, Indonesia, later this year. And I said, I said smart as in sustainable in the ecological sense, but also feasibility and implementability. Multilateral action, and I think that the European Union has to continue always to support the international multilateral rules-based order in the trade and beyond trade. Then I think that we must build alliances where we cannot succeed in the multilateral order, alliances which are bilateral or plurilateral. And rules-based mechanism, that has to be our goal, the pursuit of rules-based mechanism, including in increasing the resilience of supply chain. And finally, for the T in the smart, I think the tactical thinking, more refined tactical thinking and approach on behalf of the European Union would be welcome. So just to conclude, Reinhard, and thank you very much, evoking Richard McGregor, China does not want to be studied, he said. Well, we will do it anyway, and we will continue. My second point, on the reverse side, and I can confirm personally from my, long enough experience that there is a huge lack of comprehension on the EU complexities on the Chinese side. There is a huge lack of comprehension, and probably this, obviously, this does not help our forwarding our bilateral relation. And finally, on what next? I think, indeed, as it was said, it will depend crucially of how China moves on Russia, on how China moves on Taiwan, and as François Godement observed in this morning, as our, in the last 2 decades, our EU-China policy has transformed enormously. I think it will continue to transform, and the engine of this transformation will be that we understand that foreign policy and economic policy are coupled closer and closer as future months and years come. Thank you very much, Reinhard, for this.
Thank you very much, Iuliu. Ladies and gentlemen, what you have just observed is an example of the cooperation that we have been building in this parliament on China policy between MEPs from different democratic groups, starting from the Conservatives, the ECR, EPP, SD, Renew Europe, and Greens. And I think it's a strength of this parliament that we continue working on these issues together. So thank you very much, Iuliu. I thank all of you for having been a great audience. I thank those who've been following this conference through YouTube. Thanks in particular, of course, to all our experts. That was a great learning experience, great opportunity in exchanging ideas and finding food for thought. If you would do me a favor, when you go out, try to consume the rest of the the juice and the drinks that we have prepared. There's just one slight disappointment with what you said, Iuliu. When he came up, he promised, because Janka had spoken about the revolution, he had promised to say, Viva la Revolution. You haven't said it. So, but other than that, that was perfect. Thank you all. Have a good evening.